Tonight's stories take place at Japan's oldest shrines, places that have been holding human longing quietly for 1,000 years. Into them come ordinary people carrying what they cannot carry alone, a brother's quiet hope, a man with one honest prayer. Watch for what each shrine quietly gives back. Not a voice, not a sign you could show anyone, but something felt. One story follows a boy on a bicycle through a door no one can find, into a street that no longer exists. And through it all, one quiet question about what very old places know of US and what they quietly offer in return. Close your eyes now, let the old shrines hold the night around you, and let their cedar paths carry you gently into sleep. On a mild October morning in the western reaches of Honshu, in the old province the maps now call Charmaine, a man named Hiro walked slowly along a long gravel path toward a shrine that had been standing in various forms for longer than anyone could usefully say. He had driven 4 hours to be there, roughly 4 hours in the wrong direction from where he lived and worked in Nagoya, and he had made no particular effort to justify this to himself on the long drive down, which he found was, on reflection, the better approach. The morning air was mild and faintly resinous, carrying the smell of cedar from the old trees that lined the approach on both sides, and Hiro noticed as he walked that he was moving more slowly than he had moved anywhere in a long time. The gravel made a soft, continuous sound beneath his shoes, something between a whisper and a sigh, measured and patient, and the cedars stood so tall on either side that he had to tilt his head back to see where they ended, their topmost branches catching the first pale light of the morning, while the path below still lay in a long, gentle shadow. He had his jacket buttoned against the cool air, his bag over one shoulder, and he was aware of himself in a way that large and ancient spaces sometimes make a person aware, as something very small moving through something very old and very quiet, something that had no particular opinion about his arrival, but was not precisely indifferent to it. Hiro had been looking at photographs of Izumo Taisha for years, the way most people look at places they half believe they will never actually visit, scrolling through images at odd hours, on his phone on the train platform in the mornings, letting the idea of the place live at a comfortable and manageable distance. He could not have said with any precision what had made this particular October the one in which he finally got into his car and drove west, other than the mild suspicion that meaning to do things for too long eventually becomes indistinguishable from not doing them. He was 31 years old, and he worked in an office in Nagoya in a building with windows that did not open, and he had spent 7 years making reasonable decisions, and the photographs had continued to appear on his phone at odd hours. And one morning in early October, he had checked a route on the map and simply started driving. The photographs, it turned out, had been unable to convey the smell. They had also not managed to carry the quality of the light that came through the cedar canopy. Light that arrived in long, soft columns filtered through so many layers of needles and bark and branch that it reached the ground greenish and diffuse, the way light looks at the bottom of a lake, a comparison that rose in Hiro quietly and without effort and seemed, in this place, simply accurate. Nor had the photographs told him about the sound of the gravel, which continued beneath his feet in its slow, unhurried rhythm and seemed to say, in whatever language gravel speaks, that whatever it was he had come to find here, he was unlikely to find it by hurrying. He was not hurrying. There was a kind of permission in the place. He noticed permission to move slowly, to let the eyes rest on an unremarkable stone or a patch of moss, or the way the light caught the edge of a cedar trunk, to stay inside a single moment rather than moving through it toward the next one, the way he had been doing more or less continuously for several years now. Izumo Taisha is one of the oldest and most deeply venerated shrines in all of Japan, and the question of its precise age is the kind of thing that scholars discuss in the patient, unhurried way they discuss things about which there are no reliable records, which is to say the shrine is older than its oldest documents, and its oldest documents are already very old. The deity enshrined at its heart is Okinanushi no Mikoto, a god of nation building and of relationship, of the invisible threads that draw strangers into each other's lives, the quiet forces behind meetings and departures, the bonds formed and the bonds gently, or not so gently, released. Every October, which the rest of Japan calls Kanazuki, the month without gods, because the gods have departed their local shrines for their annual gathering. The people of Izumo call that same month Kamiari, the month the gods arrive, because it is to Izumo that all 8 million of them travel. Hiro had read this in the small pamphlet printed on pale tea-colored paper that was available near the entrance, and he had folded it carefully and tucked it into his jacket pocket, beside the spot where the omamori, the protective charm, would eventually sit. At the water pavilion near the inner gate, the Temizia, where visitors rinse their hands as a form of purification before entering the sacred precincts, Hiro followed the example of the woman beside him, lifting the long-handled wooden ladle and pouring cold water over his left hand and then his right. The water was considerably colder than the air, cold in a clean, declarative way that traveled up his wrists and into his forearms and made his hands feel, briefly, as though they had been introduced to the morning anew. He stood for a moment, shaking the water from his fingers, aware that something in the quality of his thinking had shifted just slightly, not in content, nothing specific had changed, but in the way a room changes when someone opens a window and the air becomes something more than what it was. The older woman beside him offered the brief, inoffensive smile of someone who has been coming to this place for many years and finds nothing unusual in meeting a stranger here doing the same thing she does. And Hiro smiled back and felt his shoulders settle lower than they had been. He moved deeper into the complex, through the inner gate and into the wide forecourt where the main hall stood against the sky now properly beginning to blue, its great thatched roofline sweeping upward in the style of Teishizakuri, the oldest form of Japanese shrine architecture, the ridgepoles pointing toward whatever lay beyond the visible sky. The Handen, the innermost hall, the actual dwelling of the enshrined deity, is not open to ordinary visitors, standing behind its barriers the way the most important things tend to stand, present but not available, felt but not held, near and also very far. Hiro found that this did not diminish the experience of standing before it, but made it feel, in some way he couldn't have articulated correct. He performed the forms of the visit, the 2 slow bows, the 2 claps that rang out flat and clear in the morning air before being absorbed almost immediately by the cedar and the stone and the old weight of the place. The brief interval of quiet between, the final bow. He was struck, as he sometimes was in old and unfamiliar rituals, by how much the body seems to know about what to do with itself when given a clear and ancient structure, and by how rarely his daily life, with its open-plan offices and its notification sounds, provided one. In the interval between the 2 claps, which had lasted perhaps 4 seconds, and also, in some other accounting, considerably longer, he held something he had not known he was carrying. It was nothing specific and nothing catastrophic. Not grief, not crisis, not the kind of wish that comes with a name attached to it, but something more diffuse and more persistent, the accumulated weight of 7 years of reasonable decisions and sealed windows and a life that was going well by most measures, and which he had nonetheless begun to regard recently and without fully intending to, with a kind of low and unlocatable worry. He did not shape it into a formal prayer. It was more like setting something on a table in front of someone you trust, without needing to explain each item, trusting that the explanation is not really the point. The interval ended, and he bowed, and he came back to himself in the forecourt with the gravel underfoot and the sky brightening above the old roof line, and other visitors moving through the grounds at the same unhurried pace the place seemed, gently and firmly, to request. He felt, provisionally and without any particular argument about cause, slightly lighter than he had felt when he arrived. There are more than 20 subshrines within the Izumo Taisha grounds, each dedicated to a different aspect of the divine, each with a quality of air and presence that Hiro found genuinely difficult to account for in the usual terms and equally difficult to set aside. He wandered through several of them over the late morning, following no particular order, letting the paths take him where they seemed inclined to go, through a wooded corridor where the light barely reached the ground, past a small subshrine where someone had left an arrangement of yellow autumn leaves at the foot of the offering box, along a narrower path that curved behind the main complex into older, quieter ground. One of the subshrines felt watchful and close, the air slightly compressed, the way a room feels when it has been shut for a long time and the walls have grown attentive in the darkness. Another felt open and rather pleasant, with a current of air moving through it that had no obvious source and the quality of a place where someone patient has been sitting for a long time in a good mood. He passed a woman on one of the narrower paths who had simply stopped walking, her eyes closed, her hands quiet at her sides, her face tilted slightly upward, and he gave her a wide berth and did not look back, understanding without analysis precisely what she was doing there. The Sogu Shrine, the oldest of the sub-shrines and the one that the local faithful have considered, for as long as anyone can record, the most potent place within the entire Izumo complex, stood at the back of the grounds on a low rise, reached by a path narrow enough that the cedar branches met overhead and formed a corridor of shade. Hiro had not set out specifically to find it. He found it the way he tended to find things in unfamiliar places, by following a preference for whichever path looked least traveled, a method whose results elsewhere in his life were mixed, but which, here, led him exactly where he might have meant to go. The shrine was small and enclosed on 3 sides by old stone walls, and the ground along the base of the walls had been strewn with a thin, deliberate layer of white sand, not decorative, but purposeful, in the way that salt and sand and careful thresholds are purposeful in the older traditions, where marking a boundary is a form of acknowledgement and of respect. He stood at the low entrance for a moment, weighing his own readiness in some way that bypassed language entirely, and then stepped carefully inside onto the stone path, placing his feet with an attention he could not have explained to anyone who asked. The first thing he noticed was the smell, mineral, clean, very old, belonging to the category of deep water or mountain stone, a smell that seemed to come from a layer of time considerably further back than the ordinary reckoning. And then the quality of the quiet, which was different from the quiet elsewhere in the grounds. Not the absence of sound, but something more active, the character of attention rather than rest, the kind of silence that suggests something is listening rather than that nothing is present. He stood for what was probably 2 minutes, and what registered in him as considerably longer, not following any particular thought, simply aware of the light on the old grain of the shrine door, the pattern of lichen on the stone, the way a single yellow leaf drifted down from somewhere above him and settled on the white sand without a sound. He could not have reported afterward what had occurred there, because by the usual catalog of events, nothing had occurred. No sign or sensation beyond the quietly physical. And yet something in the arrangement of the morning was different when he left, and he carried with him the feeling that a question he had not known he was asking had been received, if not answered, by something large enough to hold it without strain. He bought the omamori on his way back through the main precinct, stopping at the small counter near the inner path and looking at the small brocade pouches more carefully than he usually looked at things in any shop, which is to say he actually looked at them rather than at a point somewhere in their general vicinity. An omamori is a small sealed pouch containing a prayer written and enclosed by a priest, sealed because the intention is already complete and is not improved by being examined. You do not open it, and the reason is the same reason you do not take apart a clock to check whether time is passing. He chose one in red and gold brocade, which is associated with protection and with fortune in the broad, generous, unspecified sense, paid, and received it wrapped in a small paper sleeve with the practiced ease of a woman who handles something both precious and ordinary many times each day. He put it in his jacket pocket, where it rested beside the folded pamphlet about the 8 million gods, and felt, without ceremony or analysis, that this was the right arrangement. He sat, in the end, on a low stone near the edge of the approach path before walking back to his car, the afternoon light having moved further across the grounds while he was inside them, the gravel still making its soft and patient sound as other visitors moved through. He had come with no story to add to the ones he would later read, no charm that had dissolved in his pocket, no wave of inexplicable feeling at the gate, no dizziness of the kind that some visitors reported at Izumo-style shrines, attributed by some to the concentration of divine attention pressing gently against the ordinary air. What he carried back with him was quieter and harder to name, a loosening somewhere in the chest, the particular ease of someone who has spent time in a place that has been doing what it does without interruption for a very long time, and which does not require you to believe anything specific in order to feel that it is working. He held what he had found lightly, in the way that things which are useful precisely because they have not yet resolved in a certainty need to be held. A white cat, a proper shrine cat, unhurried and well settled, with the quiet authority of animals who have concluded that a place belongs to them and no longer feel any need to establish this, made its way along the base of the stone wall near where Hiro was sitting, pausing once to examine a patch of lichen with great deliberateness before continuing on its measured way. It did not look at him. He watched it until it rounded the corner of the wall and disappeared, and then sat for a few more minutes in the cooling afternoon with the cedar smell and the soft sound of the gravel and the shrine standing behind him in the light, and he felt, without occasion, without argument, that things were quietly and broadly all right, which was a feeling he had not had in some months and which he received without ceremony. With considerable gratitude, he rose from the stone, adjusted the strap of his bag, and walked the last stretch of the gravel path back toward the road, the cedars doing what they had been doing before he arrived and would go on doing long after he had gone, the light moving its slow, unhurried way across the old grounds. The shrines of Japan are many and various, and each of the great ones holds a different quality of quiet, and Hiro had begun to understand, on that mild October morning, that this was not a small or incidental thing, that the old sacred places of the country were doing something, had always been doing something, for everyone who came stand in them with nothing particular to ask and everything, vaguely and honestly, to hope for. The journey, though he could not have known the full shape of it yet, was only just beginning, and that, perhaps, is where this evening rests, with Hiro on the gravel path, the omamori in his jacket pocket, the October light moving slow and easy across the old shrine grounds, and everything very still and very old and quietly, unhurriedly going on. And so we leave that hallway behind, its quiet shadows settling back into stillness, the echo of that story fading like breath on a winter window. There is no hurry here. If you need a moment, take it. Let your shoulders soften. Let your hands grow heavy against the warmth of wherever you are resting. The same night continues to unfold around you, unhurried and deep, the same darkness holding you gently in place. Our next story finds us still within that world, still carried on the same slow current of the evening, as though the night itself has simply turned another page. Breathe in and let it go. We are in no rush at all. Somewhere along the western coast of Japan, in a prefecture that faces a sea the color of pewter in autumn, there is a town called Izumo, and by last September Hiro had been thinking about it for quite a long time. His sister Yui was the reason. Yui, who was 3 years younger than him, who had always been the more trusting of the two, and who had spent the better part of a year in a relationship that Hiro had come to understand, slowly and with a sinking feeling, was not good for her. She was seeing a man named Ryo, who was not a kind man, and the whole family understood this the way families come to understand certain things, not through any single event, but through an accumulation of small moments, a tone of voice, a look across a dinner table, a quality of silence that shouldn't be there. Hiro had tried, in the careful sideways manner of an older sibling who does not want to start a war, but cannot stay completely quiet, to say something, mention Ryo's sharpness, the way Yui had gone still at the last family gathering, the way her laughter had seemed less easy lately, more measured, more contained. None of it had moved anything, as these conversations rarely do. Pause. Yui had listened with the patient calm of someone who has heard the concern before and has decided, for reasons she is keeping to herself, not to be led by it. And the subject had shifted elsewhere, and the season had moved on, and nothing had changed. So when his parents proposed an autumn pilgrimage, a family trip to Izumo Taisha, the great and ancient shrine, the place in all of Japan most associated with Enmusubi, the binding of fates, and with the severing of the connections that should not be, Hiro had agreed almost before the suggestion was fully formed. They drove out on a morning in late autumn when the light was pale and the mountains were still holding their dark shapes against a white sky. The kind of morning that feels like the year is quietly turning something over while the rest of the world sleeps in. The road moved through forested passes and then descended unexpectedly into wide flat coastal land with the Japan Sea visible in the distance, gray and enormous and very still, the way it gets in autumn when the tourist season is past and it belongs again to itself. They arrived before the day had fully gathered itself, while the mist was still sitting low over the long Tsanda, the gravel approach that leads to the inner precinct, and the pine trees on either side of the path were still holding their shadows from the night. Breath. The trees that line the approach at Izumo are very old, and they cast a particular kind of shade in autumn, not the green dappled shade of summer, but something cooler and more composed, a light that has been falling in the same way for centuries and carries a quality to it that you can feel without being able to say exactly what it is. Their roots have worked up through the stone path over many decades, so that the gravel dips and rises slightly underfoot, tilting around knots of exposed root, and walking it feels as if the land itself is gently asking you to pay attention. His parents moved ahead of him with the quiet deliberateness of people who understand instinctively how to carry themselves inside a sacred place. Not solemn exactly, but present, unhurried, slightly more themselves than usual. Hiro walked behind them, listening to the soft crunch of gravel under each step and to the sound of the wind moving somewhere in the upper branches, and he thought about Yui. She had not made the trip. There was work, or something that functioned as work. The explanation had been offered briefly and without much elaboration, and Hiro found himself carrying her in his mind the way you carry someone who should be with you somewhere they cannot reach. He kept her face in his thoughts as clearly as he could, the way her eyes narrowed slightly before she finished a sentence that made her laugh, the particular quality of her voice on the phone in the evenings, as though the proximity of this old and powerful place might reach her through him, across the 200 kilometers between them. It was not a rational idea, and he understood that it was not a rational idea, and standing under those old pines in that cool autumn morning, he found that this did not matter to him at all. Pause. Izumo Taisha is not. Hiro would have told you if you had asked the decorative place. Some shrines are beautiful in the way that beautiful things make a case for themselves. They're vermilion and white, their lanterns and their arrangements of stone, all composed for impression. And they succeed at this, and you feel something refined and lovely standing near them. Izumo is different. It is very large and very plainly itself. And what it gives you is not quite beauty, but something closer to age, the specific weight of a thing that has been in one place, doing one thing for so long that the purpose and the place have become inseparable from each other. The main hall has a great thatched roof that rises steeply, its lines massive and simple against the pale autumn sky. And below it the precinct sits in a quiet that is not emptiness, but its own substance. The accumulated stillness of 1,000 years of people arriving here with the things they could not manage alone. Breath. Hiro stood before the hall for a long time, longer than he had planned, his hands at his sides, his breathing slow. The shrine has a fragrance that he noticed for the first time that morning. Very old cedar, which has a depth that fresh cedar does not have. Something almost sweet beneath the resin. And something mineral and clean beneath that, which might have been the proximity of the sea. And beneath both of those, something else he could not name. Faintly smoky, faintly like the interior of something that has been sealed and breathing for a very long time. There were other visitors, scattered and moving quietly. An elderly couple who walked together with the practiced ease of two people who have navigated the same spaces for decades. A woman about his mother's age, standing before the hall with her eyes closed and her face very still, her lips moving slightly, and near the base of the great Shimanao, the enormous braided rope that hangs below the hall's facade, as thick as a man's torso. A small child held by a grandmother, pointing. The child was pointing at the rope with the serious interest that children bring to large, inexplicable things, and the grandmother was explaining something quietly that Hiro could not hear from where he stood. Pause. He found himself watching the woman with her closed eyes and her still hands, and wondering, not intrusively, but with a kind of soft recognition, what she had come carrying that morning, what it was she had brought to this place that could not be brought anywhere else. And then he thought about Yui again, about her face at the spring dinner, the fraction of a second she had looked down at her plate when Rio said something, a small and private reorganization of expression that most people at the table would have missed, but which Hiro had not missed, because he had known her face since before he could remember not knowing it. He thought about how she had been, before all of this, the one who always found a funny thing, who could coax their mother out of a low mood with a single observation, who laughed without strategy or effort, just because something was genuinely worth laughing at. That quality had seemed smaller lately, turned down from where it should naturally be, the way a lamp looks when someone has adjusted the dial without your noticing, still warm, still present, but not quite itself, not quite the version of the thing you knew. Standing before the old hall with the mist still faintly in the air and the pine trees holding their quiet in the rows behind him, Hiro offered something up. Not quite a prayer, not quite a hope, somewhere between the two of them, addressed to whatever occupied this place of age and attention and long accumulated request. He was not specific because he didn't think specificity was what was needed. What he felt was more like an opening, a simple and unhurried presentation of the fact of his sister and the fact of his wanting, offered plainly to the old hall and the old trees and the particular quality of silence that surrounded them. Pause. After the circuit of the inner precinct, they went to the small wooden structures within the grounds where the offerings are kept, where the charms and talismans blessed by the shrine are given to those who come to ask for them. The omamori were small and carefully made, silk pouches in deep red and white, each one embroidered with the name of the shrine in gold thread, each one sitting easily in the center of the palm and weighing just enough to be felt. Hiro bought two, one for himself, almost without thinking, and one for Yui, which he held in his closed hand for a moment before the woman at the counter offered him tissue paper to wrap it in. The woman also mentioned, with the particular careful tone of someone sharing something worth knowing, that there was something additional available that year, a rare occasion, as it happened. Izumo Taisha had recently completed a restoration of its great main hall, the ceremony called Cheng, the grand renewal that occurs only once every 60 years or so, in which the hall itself is refurbished and the old sacred materials are offered to those who visit as a blessing that carries something of the original structure forward. Breath. The piece of roof wood that Hiro received was small and dark with age, deep, almost black, its edges smooth where it had been cut and prepared, and it sat in his palm with a weight that felt slightly more than its size should account for. He brought it to his nose before wrapping it, and the fragrance was cedar, deeper and darker than any cedar he had encountered elsewhere, and below the cedar, something smoky and faintly sweet and faintly like the interior of a very old room. A smell that seemed to have been made by years of winter mornings and quiet, and the particular quality of light that falls through high windows in buildings that have been standing for a very long time. He wrapped both items carefully in the tissue, the charm and the piece of roof wood, and placed them in the small paper bag, and he kept the bag on his lap the entire drive home, holding it the way you hold something you have been entrusted with. The drive back moved through the mountain passes as the afternoon faded, the sun going down behind the hills, the sea shifting from copper to silver to a dark that eventually folded into the night, and his parents talked in the front seats the way parents talk on long drives about cousins and dinner and small domestic concerns. And Hiro held the bag and felt, for the first time since spring, something in the general tightness of his worry begin to loosen. Long pause. He gave the charms to Yui a few days after their return, at her apartment, sitting across the low table from her with tea that had gone slightly cool between them. He told her about the morning, the pine trees and the gravel and the enormous braided rope and the grandmother holding the small pointing child, and she listened with her hand around her cup, her face open in the way it always was when she was genuinely present with something. When he passed her the small wrap packet, she unwrapped it slowly and held the silk charm first, feeling its weight, and then the piece of roof wood the same way, carefully turning it slightly in her fingers as though testing whether it carried some quality she could sense. She observed that it smelled like something very old, the kind of smell that comes from years inside a sacred place, and he agreed that it did, and they sat with that for a quiet moment. She placed both items on the shelf above her kitchen counter, beside a small ceramic dish and a succulent she had owned for as long as Hiro could remember, and she thanked him in the way she thanked things that mattered to her, quietly, looking at the object rather than at him. Pause. Hiro left her apartment that evening feeling like someone who has done the thing available to them and released the rest, which is not resignation, but something more generous than that, a willingness to let the world continue in its own way, at its own pace, toward whatever it is already moving toward. The weeks that followed passed as weeks do, with their ordinary accumulation of days, and then they were different. He noticed it first as a kind of absence. Yui stopped mentioning Ryo's name in conversation, which had appeared there more often than she likely realized, woven into the texture of small observations and plans and the ordinary account of her days. Then the small detours in conversation disappeared. The slight reroutings around certain evenings or certain questions that had become so habitual over the course of that year that he suspected she no longer knew she was performing them. Then, one evening in October, she called him, and the tone of her voice when she spoke had a quality he hadn't heard in it for many months. Calm, a little tired, and underneath the tiredness, lighter than it had been. She told him, without much preamble, that she and Ryo had separated, that it had been the right decision, and that she was doing well. She offered nothing further in the way of explanation, and Hiro did not ask, because it seemed clear that the details belonged to her, and that what mattered was not the mechanics of what had happened, but the simple fact of it, and the quality of her voice when she said she was doing well. Pause. They had dinner that Saturday at a small place near her apartment, and she laughed easily through most of the meal, the old way, without effort or calculation, laughing because something was simply worth laughing at. And Hiro ate his food and felt something in himself release that he hadn't consciously known was still being held. On the drive home afterward, he thought about the shrine. The mist of that autumn morning, the fragrance of old cedar and cool air, the gravel path moving under his feet, the pale sky above the great thatched roof. He thought about the woman with the closed eyes and the still hands, standing before the hall in the morning quiet, and he wondered, as he had wondered at the time, what she had been carrying, and whether she had felt, some weeks later, something like what he felt now. This mild, grateful, slightly wondering quiet that does not demand to be explained. He did not think in the terms of confirmed cause and effect, of proof assembled and a verdict reached. He thought more loosely than that, with the particular softness of someone who has noticed that two things happen in the same season and cannot say with certainty what connects them, and who suspects that the uncertainty is itself the appropriate response, that some things are not given to be understood cleanly, but only to be lived through and quietly grateful for afterward. There's a phrase, Yin-chiri, Worry-and-kiri, which might be translated roughly as the cutting of harmful connections, the careful severing of the threads between a person and the things that have been wrong for them, the patient work of releasing what should not be held. Izumo Taisha is known for this, as quietly and plainly as it is known for everything else, not as a boast, but as a function the way a very old tool is recognized for what it does without needing to announce itself. Long pause. Whether it was the shrine itself, or time, or Yui's own slow internal arrival at the decision she had been moving toward. Whether these things were separate or simply the same thing described from different directions, Hiro found that he didn't feel the need to settle the question. What he knew was that his sister had been caught, for a while, in something that did not suit her, and that she was no longer caught, and that the autumn visit had felt like the right thing to do, and had continued feeling like the right thing to do. The small piece of roofwood stayed on Yui's shelf in the months that followed. He noticed it on later visits, sitting quietly beside the ceramic dish and the patient succulent, holding whatever it held in the unhurried manner of something that came from a very old place and was in no particular hurry. Pause. The cedar fragrance faded gradually, as cedar does, but it was present faintly for a long while. There, if you leaned close, a part of the ordinary fragrance of her kitchen, something you might notice without quite placing it. The autumn deepened into winter, and winter gave way to the slow returning warmth of early spring, and the year continued in its way, and Yui laughed easily, the way she used to. She seemed like herself again, or perhaps more fully herself than she had been for some time. The lamp turned back to its proper brightness, warm and unhurried and simply hers, the way it had always been before. And that, perhaps, is where this chapter of the story rests tonight. In the ordinary quietness of a sister who found her way back to herself, and a brother who drove across the country in autumn with a paper bag on his lap, and something like hope carefully wrapped inside it, and a very old shrine on the western coast of Japan that has been, for longer than anyone living can quite imagine, in the quiet and patient business of helping people let go of what was never theirs to keep. And so we leave that hallway behind, its quiet secrets settling like dust in the dark, unhurried, undisturbed. You do not need to hold any of it. Let it drift the way a name drifts when you're almost asleep and cannot quite remember why you were thinking of it. There is no rush here. If you'd like to take a slow breath now, please do. In through the nose, long and easy, out through the mouth, even slower. The same night is still unfolding. The same story continuing, carrying us a little further into the stillness. Rest where you are. We're not going anywhere at all. Saki had walked the long stone path out of Izumo Taisha alone that afternoon, her small bag over one shoulder, the great braided shamano rope above the main hall. That enormous thing, thick as a man's body, hanging in shadow, already fading behind her as the light began to settle into the lower registers of the day. She was 31 years old, single, and had come down from Osaka on what she would describe afterward as a mild impulse, though she suspected the impulse had been quietly building for several months without her quite knowing it. Izumo Taisha is the kind of place people come to with wishes they feel slightly embarrassed about, and Saki was no exception. She had murmured her prayer at the main hall in a low voice, the kind of voice you use when you do not entirely want the person beside you to hear what you are asking for. She had felt nothing particularly dramatic in response, which she was honest enough to admit. The shrine was simply a shrine, old and beautiful and vast, with its cedar smell and its gravel and the particular weight that very old places carry. And the prayer had gone up quietly into an uncertain sky. She was walking now, heading south along the long, wide Sando, the stone-paved approach road that leads back toward the gate in the town. And the October light was doing what October light does in Charmaine, going slow and low and faintly melancholy. And the maple trees at the edges of the path were letting go of their leaves one at a time, in a way that suggested they were not in any particular hurry to be done with autumn. The other visitors were thinning out. A family had peeled away toward the parking area, and two women in dark coats had stopped to look at something near one of the smaller subsidiary shrines. And Saki found herself walking at the pace of someone who is not hurrying anywhere, because the truth was that she was not. She had a room booked at a small inn in the town, and the train back to Osaka was not until the following afternoon, and she had no messages waiting for her that required anything in particular, and there was a pleasant, if slightly ambiguous quality to that freedom. Pleasant because freedom is pleasant, and ambiguous because she had noticed lately that freedom and solitude can look very similar from certain angles. She had reached the second great Torii gate, the tall wooden one, weathered and silent, that stands at the midpoint of the approach, when she became aware of someone walking at her pace, just slightly to her left, which she only noticed because the parallel was a fraction too steady to be entirely accidental. He was not remarkable. A man named Haruki, perhaps a few years older than herself, wearing a plain dark jacket, carrying something wrapped loosely in paper, a bundle of flowers, white and yellow, the kind sold at station stalls and the flower corners of convenience stores. Nothing expensive, nothing that announced itself. She had slowed slightly, thinking she would let him pass, but instead he stopped, and he held the flowers out toward her in both hands in the particular Japanese way. A slight forward bow, the offering at chest height, the quiet intention of it, and he murmured something that amounted to a soft request that she please take them. She remembered looking at him, and then at the flowers, and then at him again, running through the quick, ordinary calculations. Was this strange? Was there something she was misunderstanding? Was there some prank or elaborate misreading of the situation at the bottom of it? And she concluded, looking at his entirely ordinary tired face, that there was probably no misunderstanding. He mentioned, speaking quietly and looking slightly to one side rather than directly at her, that he had bought them for someone who had not come, and that he did not wish to carry them home. It was such a plain, unromantic explanation that Saki believed it almost at once, the way you believe plain, unromantic things. And she took the flowers, said thank you in a voice that came out slightly smaller than she intended, and felt the paper crinkle softly between her hands. Haruki gave the small bow you give someone who has received something from you, and then walked on at a slightly different pace than before, and was gone around the curve of the path before Saki had quite finished deciding what to think about any of it. She stood for a moment in the amber light, holding flowers she had not anticipated, in front of a shrine whose particular fame, if she recalled the pamphlet correctly, had to do with the binding and loosening of the ties between people, with the ancient business of connection, the quiet divine management of who ends up beside whom. And she thought, well, that's something. The walk back into town took another 10 minutes or so, and she spent most of it carrying the flowers with both hands in front of her, which she hadn't planned to do, but which felt natural given that there was no comfortable alternative while walking. White chrysanthemums and small yellow daisies, she noted now, looking at them as she walked. Nothing exotic or elaborate, the kind of flowers that sit in a glass on a kitchen table and make the room feel as though someone is paying attention. Cheerful rather than impressive, and they had a light, clean smell that was simply and honestly the smell of flowers. She bought a small bottle of water at a vending machine near the shrine entrance and stood for a moment in the slanting afternoon light, watching the last of the day's visitors filtering out through the stone gate, and she found herself thinking about Haruki, his ordinary face, his plain jacket, his practical accounting of what the flowers were and were not for, and decided she believed the explanation completely, which somehow made the whole thing stranger rather than less strange. That the flowers had existed for a specific purpose, and that purpose had not materialized, and so the flowers had simply become available, and she had been there, and that was the whole of it. And yet here, she was in Izumo, carrying chrysanthemums in the failing light. Then was a short walk from the shrine precinct, a small family-run place with a narrow entrance and a sliding wooden door that needed to be lifted slightly as you pushed it, and the woman who ran it, a quiet person in a dark apron, perhaps 60, with the manner of someone who has seen many guests and found them generally acceptable, brought sake tea without being asked, which she would remember afterward as one of the small, reliable kindnesses of that day. She put the flowers and the water glass on the low table in her tatami room, which had a paper screen on one side and a single lamp in the corner, and the particular calm smell of old matting that is one of the most peaceful smells there is, a smell that seems to say that other people have rested here before you, and they were fine, and you will be too. The flowers looked slightly too cheerful for the quietness of the room, which was not a problem. Cheerfulness in a quiet room is its own kind of company, and she was grateful for it. She ate dinner alone at a small noodle place down the street, the kind where they set a ceramic pot of broth on the table and leave you to manage your noodles at your own pace. And she was genuinely fine with this. She was, as a rule, comfortable eating alone, though she sometimes wondered if being comfortable eating alone was something she had achieved or simply something she had practiced until it felt like achievement. Izumo, she thought, turning a piece of tofu slowly in the broth and watching the steam rise off it. Izumo is the place where all the gods of Japan are said to come in October to meet and discuss matters, which is why the rest of Japan calls October the month without gods, while here in Shermaine they call it the month with gods, and she had found this delightful when she read it on the train down. This small reversal that changed the meaning of an entire month. She wondered, with a lightness that was not quite seriousness and not quite not seriousness, whether the gods had noticed her in particular, and decided this was not a question she had the tools to answer, and ordered a small carafe of warm sake instead, and let the question sit there quietly, without requiring a response. Back in her room that night, the flowers were still upright in the water glass, and the lamp was making its small, warm circle on the tatami, and she lay on the futon looking at the paper ceiling with the particular feeling of being in a strange room in a place you have no strong history with, which is sometimes lonelier than being home, and sometimes considerably more spacious. She had felt nothing at the shrine. She reminded herself. No warmth in the chest, no inexplicable certainty, no sense of anything opening or shifting inside her. Just the ordinary grandeur of a very old and very large place, and the cedar smell, and the sound of gravel underfoot. And yet she had come away with flowers she had not expected, delivered by an explanation that was both entirely simple and entirely impossible to have predicted. And the flowers were here now in her room, their yellow centers steady in the lamp's light, mild and cheerful and present. She fell asleep without deciding anything, which is often the most honest way to fall asleep. Questions left open, the evening not quite accounted for, the mind releasing its grip on events it cannot yet make sense of and probably should not try. She slept well, which she had also not entirely expected, and the night in Izumo was the deep, unhurried kind of quiet that you do not find in cities. The kind that seems to have been in place for a very long time before you arrived, and will continue for a very long time after you leave, undisturbed. In the morning, light came in around the paper screen in a soft and even way that made the room feel as though time had not yet fully committed to moving forward, and the flowers on the low table had made it through the night without any difficulty, their yellow centers facing the window with a mild and unremarkable steadiness. Saki lay on the futon in the comfortable in-between space of half-waking, listening to quiet sound from elsewhere in the inn, the distant rhythm of a kitchen doing what kitchens do in the morning, a soft footstep somewhere above her, the faint slide of a door on its wooden track. And then she reached for her phone, in the automatic way you reach for a phone when you cannot immediately think of a reason not to. There was a message from a friend she had not heard from in some considerable time, a woman named Mio, who had been part of her university circle and who had drifted, in the gradual way people do after graduation, into a different part of her contacts list, appearing every now and then like a card you filed somewhere sensible and occasionally rediscover in a coat pocket. Mio's message was brief and warm in the way of someone who is not entirely sure whether friendship has survived a long drift, but is making the attempt anyway. And what it said, more or less, was, "We are putting together a group dinner next Saturday, a mix of people, and there's a man who works in architecture and likes hiking and is," Mio had written plainly, "single and decent, and the moment we talked about inviting someone, I thought of you immediately." Saki read the message twice. Once for the information, and once for the feeling the information produced, which was quieter than excitement, and had a texture she was not immediately sure what to call. She had been at Izumo Taisha less than 20 hours ago, at the shrine whose particular purpose above all others is the tying of fates between people, the ancient careful work of binding and connecting across all the provinces of Japan. She had murmured her embarrassed prayer into the cedar-smelling air, certain that no one could hear it. And now it was 8 in the morning in a small tatami room, and Mio had thought of her immediately. She set the phone face down on the tatami and looked at the flowers. The flowers looked back in a way that flowers do when they have nothing useful to offer and are being honest about it. She thought about Haruki at the gate again, his plain jacket, his quiet explanation, his flowers held out in both hands with the particular simple directness of an ordinary kindness, flowers that had not been meant for her, and had become hers anyway, which was either an unremarkable series of events or something she did not yet have quite the right words for. She picked the phone back up and read Mio's message a third time, a little more slowly. The thing about moments that feel like synchronicity, and she was aware that the word occupied a place in her mind adjacent to the slightly embarrassing, alongside horoscopes taken too seriously and fortune tellers approached with genuine hope, was that they did not make a promise so much as they cleared a space, the way the pressure of the air before rain suggests rain without committing to it. A stranger's flowers and a friend's message, arriving in a small room in Izumo after a prayer at a very old shrine. This was either something, or it was a pleasant accumulation of coincidences that would make a good story later at a dinner table, and she could not entirely decide which, and perhaps did not need to. Perhaps, she thought, there was not as much distance between those two possibilities as she had always assumed, that a coincidence you cannot explain and a moment of genuine connection might sometimes be the same thing, seen from different angles. From somewhere in the kitchen, sounds had grown more specific and purposeful. A kettle finding its temperature, the clean knock of a lacquered tray set down, and outside the window Izumo was quietly becoming another October morning, the light warming as it lifted above the shrine's great cedar roofline. She sat up on the futon and looked at her small room. The flowers, the lamp that was no longer necessary in the morning light, the paper screen with its diffuse glow, and felt something she chose, deliberately and wisely, not to examine too closely, because some feelings keep better when you do not immediately try to name them. She typed a reply to Mio, something warm and willing, the kind of message that says yes while leaving a small amount of room, which is not dishonesty, but simply the good sense of someone who has been disappointed before and would like to preserve the possibility of hope for as long as possible. She sent it, and then set the phone down and sat for a moment in the quiet of the morning before breakfast, in a room that smelled of tatami and flower water and the faint trace of cedar that seemed to have followed her in from the shrine. And she felt, in a way she had not entirely felt in some time, that the day ahead had a quality of openness to it. She knew the flowers would not survive the train home. They were convenience store flowers, cheerful and temporary, not designed for long journeys, and she had already accepted this without minding it particularly, because the flowers had already done whatever flowers do, which is mostly to be present and mild and uncomplicated. For the moment they were alive and upright in their water glass, yellow centers turned toward the window, and the morning was coming in softly. And somewhere in Osaka, a group dinner was being assembled for the following Saturday, and a man who liked hiking had been thought of in connection with her. She reached over and touched one of the flower petals, lightly, the way you touch something to confirm it is real without wanting to disturb it, and the petal was cool and faintly waxy and entirely, reliably present. Perhaps the shrine had noticed her after all, she thought, and then felt the small, recognizable warmth of embarrassment at having thought it, which she took, after a moment's consideration, as a fairly reliable sign that the thought contained something she actually meant. She would go to the dinner, she decided, in the unhurried, private way you make decisions before breakfast in unfamiliar rooms. She would go, and she would feel the ordinary awkwardness of the first 20 minutes. And then the food would come, and that would settle. And by the end of the evening, she would have some sense of what this was and what it was not. Izumo is a place of tying, not of promising. The connections made there are real, she supposed, in whatever way such things are real, but real things are also fragile and require tending, and she had always known the difference between a door being opened and the harder, longer work of walking through it. Still, a door opened is not nothing, and the morning was here, and the flowers were here, and Mio had thought of her immediately, and all of it had arrived together in a small tatami room in Serpent on an October morning, quiet and unceremonious, and somehow, because of that, easier to believe. She thought of her rookie from the gate one last time. His plain jacket, his tired, ordinary face, the gentle bow he had given her before walking on. And she found she hoped sincerely that his day had turned towards something good by evening, that the person who had not come had given him a reason that made sense, and that the afternoon had offered him something in return. There are small kindnesses that pass between strangers without explanation or accounting, and they move through the world quietly, leaving no particular record of themselves. And perhaps that is what had happened here, at the entrance to an old and watchful shrine on an autumn afternoon. A simple kindness, set loose and arriving gently at the morning after. And that, perhaps, is where this chapter rests. In a small room in Serpent, in October, with a woman sitting in the last of the morning quiet before breakfast, one hand resting near a water glass of flowers, a message sent, the day ahead open and unhurried, and the light still coming softly through the paper screen. And so we leave that hallway behind, the quiet settling back into the walls, the shadows finding their familiar shapes once more. There is no hurry now. If you need a moment, take it. Let your breath come slow and easy. Let your shoulders sink a little deeper into wherever you are resting. The night is long and patient and kind. Our next story carries the same quiet forward, the same night unfolding, the same soft darkness holding everything gently in place. You do not need to chase it. Simply let it come to you, the way sleep itself comes, not with effort, but with surrender, one slow breath at a time. Somewhere along the sea road west of Izumo, on a morning when the low mist was still moving off the hills, Hiro was making his way toward Hinomisaki, the shrine at the Fire Cape, a place he had meant to see for years and had finally allowed into the day's loose and unhurried plan. He had left the main shrine an hour or so earlier, with a wide gravel avenue still quiet behind him, and the coast road had been pleasant enough. Low green hills on one side, the Japan Sea opening wide and gray-green on the other, enormous and indifferent in the way that large water always is. The parking area at Hinomisaki was nearly empty when he arrived, which suited him fine, and he zipped his jacket against the salt wind coming off the water and walked toward the first gate. The approach here is not like the approach at Izumo. No long avenue, no enormous woven rope hanging overhead, no sense of something gradually gathering around you as you walk inward. Instead, the path simply turns, and the compound is there, white-walled and compact and a little severe, with the lighthouse standing on the cape behind it, and the old pines moving steadily in the wind off the sea. Hiro walked through the outer gate and stood for a moment in the inner courtyard, and the first thing he noticed was not a sound but the quality of the silence. There were sounds, the wind through the pines, the low, distant voice of the sea, a crow somewhere overhead, but they all seemed to come from very far away, as though the air inside the compound walls was slightly denser than the air outside, and carried things less willingly. What he felt next came quietly and without announcement, a heaviness in his chest, not painful, not quite fear, but something the same general family, a pressing weight that had not been there a moment before, and that did not feel entirely like his own. He stood for a few minutes in the courtyard, breathing, and found himself thinking that the shrine was genuinely beautiful. The white plaster walls, the deep red lacquer of the woodwork, the sweep of the roof lines against the pale sky, and that he did not, at the same time, want to be inside it. These two things sat together in him without contradiction, the beauty of the place and the mild, clear wish to leave it. It was not fear, not exactly, though it was related to fear in the way that a cold room is related to an ice bath. The same family of sensation, but quieter and without any particular urgency behind it. He thought of how the body sometimes knows things before the mind is caught up. The way you wake 2 minutes before an alarm, or the way your hand pulls back from something before you have consciously registered that it is hot. The feeling at Hinomisaki was something like that. Not a warning exactly, but a communication, quiet and plainly felt, which said simply and without hostility that this was not a place for him today, or perhaps not for him at all, and that this was not a judgment, but simply a fact about the ground. He stood at the foot of the main hall steps for a moment longer, then bowed once in the direction of the doors, the way you do, and turned and walked back through the gate into the gray morning outside. The weight lifted the moment he stepped through the outer Torii, as cleanly as stepping out of a cold room into an ordinary corridor, and he paused on the path outside just to stand still and notice the change. He stood for a moment in the sea wind, feeling his shoulders drop, aware that he had been holding himself slightly braced without having noticed it until the reason for bracing was simply gone. Later he would try to describe this to someone and find that the words kept sliding away from him, because the experience at Hinomisaki was not dramatic. No vision, no voice, no clear event, only a weight and then the absence of a weight. And somehow that ordinariness made it harder to explain than something frightening would have been. He got back to the car and sat for a moment before starting the engine, watching the bent pines through the glass, listening to the wind work through them. He had not actually prayed while he was inside. He realized usually he would pause at the main hall and offer some quiet attention, but the feeling in his chest had crowded out the thought of prayer entirely, and he supposed that was all right, that the shrine had communicated something more direct than anything a formal prayer would have reached. Kumano Taisha was not far, and he had intended to visit it anyway, so he followed the road inland and north, away from the coast, into the quieter country that lies between the sea ridge and the mountains in that part of Shermaine. The road narrowed as it went, and the landscape shifted. The wide open sky of the coast gave way to a sky parceled by tree lines, pine and cedar, and the occasional maple starting to color at its edges, and the sound of the sea gave way to the sound of wind and branches, which is a more enclosed and private sound. Kumano Taisha sits at the foot of the mountains, and the path to it moves through cedar trees so tall and so close-planted that even on a gray morning they make a kind of green-tinged dusk beneath them. The light soft and directionless, the ground underfoot dark with moss and roots, and the particular coolness of very deep and very old shade. Hiro walked slowly, partly because the path asked for it, and partly because something in the quality of the air kept making him want to stop and simply stand. The heaviness from the Cape grounds was entirely gone now, replaced not by any giddy lightness, but by something deeper, a quiet that was itself a feeling, something like the sense of setting down a weight you had been carrying without having noticed how long you had been carrying it. He came around a gentle bend in the path, and the shrine appeared ahead. And it was old in the way that mountains are old, not polished or preserved, but simply weathered, the wood dark with age, the stone lanterns thick with moss, the buildings low and solid and entirely at ease in the trees around them. There were a few other visitors moving quietly through the grounds. An older woman in a pale coat, two people who might have been students, a man standing alone with his eyes closed and his hands pressed together. And all of them seemed to have caught the same instruction from the air, everyone moving unhurried, everyone keeping their voices low. Hiro stood before the main hall for considerably longer than he usually would, and found that he was not praying in any formal way, not reciting wishes or making requests, but simply standing with his hands together in the way his grandmother had shown him as a child, and letting the quietness of the place do whatever it was doing. He noticed, gradually and without trying to, that the sound of his own thoughts had softened, that the usual low internal conversation, the rehearsed exchanges and half-finished worries and small catalogs of undone things, had all quieted down to something barely audible, the way a radio fades as you drive steadily away from the transmitter. He could not remember the last time that had happened without effort, without deliberately sitting down and trying to make it happen. And he stayed with the silence for longer than he had planned, standing with his hands together, doing nothing in particular, which was perhaps the most useful thing he had done all day. When he finally lowered his hands and took a step back, there was something in him that did not want to leave, a mild and unurgent reluctance, not grasping, just the ordinary feeling of leaving somewhere that has been unexpectedly kind to you. He walked a slow circuit of the grounds before returning to the path, noticing the way the cedar light fell from all directions at once, noticing the dry and faintly resinous smell of the old wood of the buildings, noticing the particular quality of the quiet here. Not the compressed, watchful silence of Hinomisaki, but something that seemed to belong to a thing that had been at rest for a very long time and felt no need to announce it. He thought about the two shrines, the first pressing, the second open, and he thought that this was interesting, this variation, and that he did not need to explain it in order to find it true. He found himself thinking quietly and without ceremony that he would come back to Kumano Taisha someday, not as a resolution or a plan, but simply as a recognition, the way you understand something about a place in the first few minutes and know, without deciding it, that you will return. The drive back toward Izumo was easy and familiar, and he arrived at the main shrine in the mid-afternoon. When the light was beginning to soften and most of the visitors had thinned away and the long gravel avenue had the settling quality of a day that is ending well. There is a path at Izumo Taisha that not everyone finds. It runs behind the main hall, away from the wide approaches and the famous gate, along the back of the inner compound, where the walls rise close on either side, and the space between them becomes narrow and enclosed and very quiet. Hiro had read about this path somewhere, or perhaps heard it mentioned in passing. He could not quite remember, but he knew to look for it, and found it without much difficulty, slipping away from the main approach and following the perimeter wall around to the back. The change was immediate. The sounds of the main grounds, the murmur of visitors, the soft percussion of the offering bells, the footsteps on gravel, reduced sharply as he turned the corner, and the path was suddenly very quiet. The old dark wood of the back of the hall, rising close to his left, the compound wall to his right. He walked slowly along the narrow way, and somewhere in the walking he became aware of something that was not quite a sound, or rather, something that he could not be certain was not a sound, because it lived in that uncertain region between hearing and feeling where some things reside, where you cannot tell whether you are perceiving something or whether your mind is generating it in the particular quiet. It was very faint and it was continuous, not pulsing, not varying, just there, a low tone or the suggestion of a low tone, the way a large bell holds its resonance for some moments after it has been struck, when the sound is faded below the threshold of clear hearing, but has not entirely let go. He stopped walking and stood still in the middle of the path, and try to locate it more precisely, turning his head, holding his breath, opening and closing his mouth the way you do when you're trying to equalize pressure. It was not in his ears exactly, or it was not only in his ears, or it was not something that the mechanics of hearing could locate at all, and he thought that perhaps that was the more honest description. Not quite a sound, but something that occupied the same address. He stood for a while, and then he walked again, and the tone accompanied him for most of the length of the back path. Steady, impersonal, not addressed to him in any particular way, not containing any message he could name, but present, unmistakably present, the way a large room continues to feel like a large room even when you have stopped measuring its dimensions. He thought about Hinomisaki, where the air had pressed on him and said move, and about Kumano Taisha, where the silence had taken the weight off him and said stay, and about this path, where something that was not quite sound was doing something that was not quite either of those things, not directing, not welcoming, simply humming, the way the earth hums if you press your ear to it in a very quiet field. Each shrine its own instruction, he thought, each place its own register, and the same person walking through each of them would feel something different, not because the person changed between one gate and the next, but because the places themselves were genuinely distinct in some way that had nothing to do with their architecture or their age. He rounded the corner where the back path ended and stepped out into the main grounds again, and the sounds of the late afternoon came back gradually. The gravel underfoot, the murmur of the last few visitors, the bells, and the hum from the back path faded as he walked, the way a piece of music stays with you for a few minutes after the room it was playing in is behind you. He found a bench near the edge of the compound and sat for a while, not thinking about anything in particular, letting the afternoons settle around him the way afternoons do when you finally stop moving through them. A crow landed on the gravel a few meters away and stood for a moment with its head tilted in the way crows watch things, attentive and entirely unconcerned with how it appeared. And then it opened its wings and was gone. Hiro sat a while longer, watching the remaining visitors move through the grounds. An older couple walking very slowly together. A young woman standing at one of the smaller subsidiary shrines with her hands pressed together. Two children being gently steered by a tired-looking parent who was trying to convey a sense of occasion while also maintaining a count of small people. He found that he had no particular impulse to rank the 3 places he had visited, or to decide which had been the most significant, or to build an explanation that would tie them into a story with a lesson at the end. The Fire Cape grounds, pressing and clear in their message. Kumano Taisha, open and still. The back path behind the main hall, with its low, continuous tone that was probably not a sound, and probably not nothing. All 3 simply themselves. All 3 saying something real. All 3 asking only a certain quality of attention in return. He thought that arriving at a shrine without a fixed idea of what it ought to say might be the most useful thing you could bring. More useful than any particular prayer. More useful than any specific wish. The afternoon had gone golden at its edges now, the shadows between the trees growing long and quietly blue, and Hiro stood from the bench and bowed once more toward the main hall, the way you do when you're leaving somewhere you found worthwhile. He walked back through the great rope-hung gate, and the avenue stretched ahead of him, broad and straight between its pines, and the last of the afternoon light lay across the gravel in long slanting lines that made everything look a little older and a little gentler than it had at midday. He walked the whole length of the avenue slowly, not ready yet to be in a car, letting the path have its full duration. He thought about how he might describe the day to someone, and decided quietly that he probably would not, or would describe only the surfaces, the coastal drive and the white walls and the old cedars, and leave the interior part where it lived, which was folded gently among the ordinary events of the day, inside him. Some things belonged to the place where they happened, he thought, and carrying them out too deliberately is like lifting a stone from a riverbed. It looks ordinary in your hand in a way it did not look underwater. He reached his car as the light was finally leaving the avenue and sat for a moment before starting the engine, watching the pines through the windshield the way he had watched them at the Cape grounds that morning, which felt now like it belonged to a different day, or at least a different version of the same one. He thought of Kumano Taisha and the quiet wanting to go back that was still present in him, gently, without urgency, and thought that it was not an absence, that wanting, but a warmth, a small kept thing that did not require a date or a plan to remain real. He started the engine and pulled out slowly, and the shrine, and the long avenue, and the crows, and the calm of the late afternoon moved behind him. And he drove home through the early dark, carrying the day quietly inside him, the way you carry something you would prefer not to spill. And that, perhaps, is where the story rests for tonight. In the car, in the quiet, in the low sound of the engine that was nothing like the hum on the back path, and yet called it gently to mind all the way home. And so we leave that hallway behind, its quiet shadows settling back into stillness, the way a candle flame holds steady after a breath passes near it. You have nowhere to be right now. If your eyes are already closed, let them stay that way. Let your shoulders drop a little further into wherever you are resting. Take one slow breath in and let it go without hurrying. The same night is still unfolding around us. The same soft hours stretching ahead, and our next story continues to wait for you. Patient and unhurried, just like the darkness itself. There is no need to hold on to anything. Simply drift, and the story will find you. Sometime in late September, on a narrow road that runs along the gentle hills of Shirmaine Prefecture toward the sea, a man named Hiro pulled his motorcycle over to the gravel shoulder, switched off the engine, and sat very still for a moment in his helmet, not quite ready to move. He had ridden most of the day to get here, and the shrine was visible now from where he had stopped. The great Torii gate standing at the end of a long stone approach, the ancient cedar trees rising on either side of it, enormous and still and older than anything Hiro could comfortably think about. He was 29 years old, and in less than a month he would be 30, and he had something to ask. Izumo Grand Shrine, Izumo Taisha, in the older way of saying it, is not like other shrines. Most shrines in Japan ask for things in the way that people generally ask for things: health, passing exams, good fortune in business, the small hopeful requests that accumulate over the course of a life and are mostly forgotten by the time the gravel stops crunching under your shoes on the way back to the car. Izumo is known for something more specific, and something that cannot quite be asked for directly, which is the particular and entirely mysterious business of human connection. The way one person comes to meet another, the invisible arrangement that precedes every love story that has ever been told. Breath. The gods who gather here each October are said to attend to exactly this, sitting in long conference, presumably, on the matter of who should meet whom and when, conducting the slow and patient administration of all that longing. Hiro had been aware of this, in a general way, for most of his life, and it was not until September of his 29th year that he had ridden 5 hours from his home with the specific intention of putting himself, very directly, in front of the relevant department. He took off his helmet and hung it from the handlebar and walked the long stone approach at a pace that felt right. Not rushed, not a dawdle, but the pace that the avenue of great cedars seemed quietly to ask for, their trunks standing on either side of him like the columns of a hall that had been open to the sky for 1,000 years. The gravel made a soft sound beneath his riding boots, and the air smelled of cedar resin and the cool particular damp that comes off the Sea of Japan in the early evenings of late autumn. And Hiro walked and tried not to rehearse too carefully what he was going to say. He had found, in the hours of riding that had brought him here, that every version of his prayer that he prepared felt either too specific or too vague. Either he was describing a particular kind of person he hoped to meet, which felt presumptuous, or he was asking for love in a general abstracted way, which felt less like a prayer and more like a memo. What he wanted, he had decided somewhere around the 3rd hour of the ride, was simpler than either of those. A chance, just a chance, The ordinary human thing of being in the same room as someone who might like him, of having that room appear on the calendar of his life at a moment when he was actually paying attention. Breath. That felt honest enough to say aloud to a god. He reached the main hall and stood before it for a while, taking in the sweep of the great cypress roof, the deliberate scale of the thing, the way it seemed designed to make a person aware of their own smallness in a manner that was somehow not unpleasant. More like the smallness of someone who has come to ask a favor of someone much larger and found, on arrival, that the door was open. He pressed his palms together and bowed, and then he closed his eyes, and somewhere in the soft and ordinary darkness behind his eyelids he began. He mentioned his age, not because he imagined the shrine was unaware of it, but because saying it aloud made it real in a way that helped him understand why he had come. Pause. He mentioned the years, too. The solitary years, the quietly accumulating years, and said it without self-pity, the way you describe a fact rather than a complaint, a simple accounting of where things stood. And then he asked, as plainly as he could manage, for the thing he wanted, not in formal petitionary language, but in the plain language of a man on a motorcycle who had ridden a long way because he was running out of other ideas, and who was aware distantly that this was a slightly ridiculous thing to be doing, and was doing it anyway, which is perhaps the most honest kind of prayer there is. He stood there for a while, eyes closed, palms still together, and the cedar trees above him made their long sighing sound in the coastal wind, and somewhere in the rafters of the great hall a bird shifted and resettled. And Hiro stayed in all of that and felt, without being entirely certain why, that it was all right. That the asking had been received in some way, or, at the very least, that it had been honest, which is sometimes as close as a person can come to knowing whether prayer has gone anywhere. He bought an omamori from the shrine office before he left. One of the small embroidered charms, a love charm. Its brocade cover warm in his palm, and he slipped it into the breast pocket of his jacket and did not feel embarrassed about it, or only slightly. The long cedar approach looked different going back, the way all long approaches look different in the other direction, the trees rearranging themselves slightly in the peripheral vision, the gate behind him now instead of ahead. The late afternoon light was doing the particular thing it does in September when the angle is right, arriving through the trees at a long slant, catching the dust and the mist, turning ordinary gravel into something from a painting you might stand in front of for a while. Hiro sat on his motorcycle for a moment before starting it, feeling the particular kind of quiet that follows a large gesture, and then he put on his helmet and pulled out onto the road. The ride home was 5 hours, and he spent them in the comfortable, unfocused state that long rides allow. Mind ranging across the road and the water and the hills going soft in the fading light. Nothing resolved, nothing pursued, just the pleasant medium distance of a man who has done what he could and is now going home. Breath. He thought about the shrine and the prayer and the feeling of standing beneath that great roof. And he thought about the years that had brought him there. And he noticed somewhere around the 4th hour that the wanting felt different now, smaller, or perhaps more manageable, the way a room can feel larger after you have rearranged the furniture. He got home in the dark, made himself something simple to eat, and left the omamori on the nightstand, its embroidered surface visible in the faint light from the street outside. What happened in the weeks that followed, Hiro would describe with the particular careful precision of a person who does not want to claim more than they know, precisely and with qualifications, as if aware that the story sounds convenient but certain, nonetheless, that it happened. There is someone he had known at the edges of his life, not a stranger, not a close friend, but one of those people who appear at gatherings and remember your name and have, without any particular effort, the quality of being easy to be around. She had been there for a year or two, at the periphery, a name that appeared in shared group messages, a face he recognized with the comfortable ease of things already familiar, someone he had always thought he might like to know better and had never quite gotten around to knowing better. And within a week of his return from Izumo, something shifted. Pause. There was a message sent in response to something small, a comment in a shared thread, entirely unremarkable on its face, and then a reply, and then a reply to the reply, and then a conversation that kept moving sideways away from its original subject until it was no longer about any particular subject at all, just two people talking in the easy way that happens sometimes when something is quietly aligned. By the end of that first conversation, both of them had been awake considerably longer than they had intended, and neither of them seemed particularly sorry about it. Hiro lay in the dark afterward and thought about this, and thought about the omamori on the nightstand, and decided he was not going to force any conclusions about the connection between them. But he let the warmth of it sit in his chest without examining it too closely, which seemed like the right approach. Breath. They met for coffee, and then for a meal, and somewhere in the natural, unhurried progression of those meetings, they became something both of them understood to be more than acquaintances, without either of them making a formal declaration about it. Hiro's 30th birthday arrived, and he was not alone for it. He spent it with her quietly at a small table over a meal that was unremarkable in its details, but warm in a way that the preceding birthdays had not been warm. The warmth of a room with another person in it who was genuinely glad to be there. He remembered, somewhere in the middle of that evening, the image of himself standing before the great hall at Izumo with his palms together and his eyes closed in his earnest, awkward prayer, and he felt something that was not quite gratitude and not quite wonder, but occupied the comfortable territory between them. A before and after that seemed, quietly, to rhyme. Pause. They were together for 2 years, and when it ended the way that most good things end, not badly, not with a single definitive event, but with the gradual recognition that two lives had drifted slowly and without any particular intent, into shapes that no longer quite fitted one another. There was no cruelty in it on either side, and looking back, Hiro would say that was perhaps worth noting. He would say, years later, that he had learned more in those 2 years about being with someone than in all the solitary years that had preceded them. That the relationship had opened something in him that he had not known was closed, and that even after it ended, the thing it had opened stayed open, and he was glad of that. He never blamed the shrine for the ending, and he never felt that it had cheated him. Breath, what he credited it with, and went on crediting it with, was the beginning, the door, and the opening of the door, and the timing of it, which had felt less like coincidence and more like a response to something he had asked in the only honest way he knew how to ask. He thought sometimes about what he might have done differently in those 2 years, running the small private arithmetic of it, turning over the question of whether he had been grateful enough, whether he had tried hard enough, whether attention paid differently might have kept what had been good from slipping. And he would arrive, as people always arrive at such questions, at the quiet recognition that this kind of wondering is both unavoidable and ultimately generous, that it teaches something about what was valued, even after what was valued cannot be recovered. The shrine had given him a chance, and he had taken it, and it had lasted as long as it lasted, and it had mattered. That he came to feel was the complete shape of it. And a complete shape, even a small one, is not nothing. Some years after, he went back to Izumo, not to ask for anything new, but in the way that a person sometimes needs to return to a place where something important happened, simply in order to stand there again and let it be finished. He walked the long cedar approach a second time, and the trees were the same trees, enormous and indifferent to time in the way that very old trees are, and the gravel was the same gravel, and the sky above the avenue was the particular pale blue that belongs to that coast in autumn and nowhere else. Breath. He stood before the great hall and pressed his palms together. And what moved through him this time was not the hot urgency of his younger self, but something quieter, a gratitude without particular object, the feeling of a life being lived and being aware of that, which is its own kind of prayer and perhaps the most sustainable one. He stayed there for a while, not in any hurry, and the wind came through the cedar branches with its long sighing sound. And the late light moved across the ground, and Hiro stood in all of that and felt, in a way he had not felt on his first visit, simply at ease. Pause. He bought a new omamori from the shrine office before he left. Nothing specific attached to it. No particular asking, just the small, comfortable weight of a talisman from a place he had come to love, and he slipped it into his jacket pocket and walked the long avenue back out between the trees. The coast road from Izumo is beautiful in September. The hills along the Sanin shore going soft gold in the long afternoon light. The Sea of Japan appearing between them and disappearing again, gray and broad and calm. Hiro rode that road slowly, not pressing, letting the afternoon arrive at its own pace around him. He thought of the two versions of himself who had traveled this road. The one riding toward the shrine with something urgent in his chest, and the one riding away from it with something that had had years to settle and become quieter. Both of them, he thought, had understood something right in their different ways. The one who had asked with his whole heart and not been ashamed of the asking, and the one who had come back to say thank you without anything left to request, which is perhaps the truest form of devotion there is. Breath. The light went long and golden over the hills, and the sea came into view one last time, wide and unhurried, and Hiro rode through it all at an easy pace, the new omamori resting in his pocket, the road opening ahead of him into whatever was still to come. And that, for tonight, is where this part of the story rests. And so we leave that hallway behind, letting it fade, the way a distant light fades when you finally close your eyes against it. There is no hurry now. If you need a moment, take it. Let your breath move slowly, in and out, like the tide drawing back from a quiet shore. The night is still here, patient and unhurried, and so is the story. For it is the same night, the same unfolding, the same soft hours settling around you like a blanket drawn gently to the shoulder. You need not hold anything. Simply let the next thread find you, the way sleep finds you, without effort, without rushing toward it, just arriving. Behind the great hall of Izumo Taisha, where the cedar trees lean together as though sharing some long-held secret, Hiro and his companion Tatsuya stepped off the main path and onto a narrower one. The stone beneath their feet cool and slightly damp from the afternoon's slow, unhurried rain. It was 2 years before this telling, in the month that the rest of Japan calls October, but that the people of Izumo call Kanazuki, the month without gods. Though here, in this particular corner of the country, the gods did not leave. They gathered, all of them, arriving from every direction like old friends returning for a reunion that had been arranged long before anyone living could remember. Hiro had come to Izumo Taisha the way many people do, drawn by something between curiosity and a need he could not quite name. The way a person finds themselves standing in front of a window on a cold evening without being able to say exactly when they walked over or why. Tatsuya, a man who had visited this shrine many times over the years and who carried himself with the particular ease of someone who knows the layout of a sacred place, had suggested they loop around to the rear of the shrine dedicated to no Mikoto, the storm god, the elder brother, the one whose shrine sits slightly apart from the main complex as though it, too, preferred a measure of quiet. Hiro was not someone who thought often about gods or what they might want, but the afternoon was mild and the path was shaded and following seemed like the natural thing to do, so he followed. The rear of the shrine was smaller than he had expected, a narrow precinct, older feeling somehow than the grand main structure out front, with a low stone edge and the kind of stillness that makes you instinctively lower your voice, though neither of them had been speaking for several minutes already. And there, on a flat stone near the base of the shrine, they found the salt. Pause. It was arranged in a small, precise mound, Mauricio, the old offering, salt placed in offering as purification, as a boundary, as a way of asking that things remain clear at a threshold, and it caught the eye in the afternoon light with an odd, calm clarity, as if it had been waiting to be noticed. Tatsuya looked at the mound for a long moment, then said in a quiet and careful voice that he had visited Izumo Taisha more times than he could count across the years, and he had never seen this here before, not behind this particular shrine, not arranged in precisely this way. There was a note of something in his voice, not quite fear, not quite excitement, more like the careful attention of a person who has learned over time to take certain kinds of things seriously without being entirely sure why. He considered the mount a moment longer, then observed that sacred salt of this kind had its own protective quality, that he had read as much somewhere he trusted, and that perhaps a small pinch would be all right to take home. More than all right, perhaps even beneficial. And then, because this is how small decisions of this kind happen, not with ceremony, not with deliberation, but with the quiet logic of a moment that feels already settled. He reached down and lifted a pinch of the salt between his fingers. Pause. Hiro stood beside him and watched, and found himself thinking in the mild, unhurried way that thoughts arrive in a peaceful and quiet place. That if Tatsuya did it, then it was probably fine. That Tatsuya knew far more about shrines and their customs than he did, and that surely a small pinch of salt was the kind of thing that no sensible entity could object to. And so Hiro reached down too, lifted a small amount of the pale mound between his fingertips, and wrapped it carefully in a square of paper he tore from the corner of the small notebook he kept folded in his coat pocket. He folded the paper twice, a small neat packet, no larger than a postage stamp, and slipped it into his wallet, tucking it behind his transit card where it rested flat and undisturbed. He did not think much about it after that. Pause. The rest of the visit passed the way shrine visits often do. The slow circuit of the grounds, the low wooden buildings taking on a golden quality in the late afternoon, the smell of cedar and something older than cedar, the rustle of the great rope that hangs above the main hall, and then the lengthening shadows that meant it was time to walk back toward the gate and the ordinary world beyond it, on the journey home. And it was a long one. The way journeys from Izumo tend to be, that particular corner of the country sitting at the end of a long peninsula, as if it chose to be a little far from everything. Hiro thought about the salt only once, when he opened his wallet to pay for something on the train and felt the small paper packet there at the tip of one finger. It was still there, neat and folded, and he closed his wallet and left it where it was and let his thoughts drift out the train window toward the passing, darkening countryside. Breath. 3 days later, he opened his wallet again for something ordinary, the exact nature of which he would not be able to remember afterward, and the packet was gone. Not slipped down into some other compartment, not dropped somewhere and waiting to be found, not tucked in a forgotten pocket of his coat, simply gone, as though it had never been there, as though the small folded square of paper and the salt inside it had decided, quietly and without any announcement, that they were finished traveling. Pause. Hiro looked through every section of the wallet, then checked his coat pocket, then the bag he had carried, and found nothing. He stood in his kitchen in the morning light with the kettle not yet on and felt something that was not quite worry and not quite unease. More like the mild vertigo of a person who notices that something in the room has moved but cannot work out when or how. He told himself, in a reasonable and practical way, that he must have dropped the packet somewhere, a shop counter on the train, in the fold of the seat, and that salt was salt and paper was paper and small things were lost all the time, and it almost certainly meant nothing. Breath. And then he made tea and went about his day and let the thought go the way you let most small, strange things go when the morning is waiting for you. A week passed, and then another, and then the month began to change. Pause. It began with his health, a tiredness that arrived not sharply but gradually, the way fog comes in from the water, until one morning he woke and felt heavier than he had gone to sleep, and the heaviness stayed through breakfast and was still there in the afternoon. And by the end of the week, a doctor had seen him and found nothing specific to explain it. He told himself it was the season. That October in Japan carries a particular kind of damp cold that settles into the body, that everyone feels this way sometime in autumn, and that it was nothing unusual and would pass on its own schedule. Then came the matter of the work. Pause. The details were ordinary in the way that workplace troubles so often are a reorganization that had been coming for a while, a shift in responsibilities, a conversation with a manager that went wrong in ways that were difficult to describe clearly afterward, and then a quieter, shorter conversation that effectively ended things, though the word ending was not one anyone used at the time. Hiro was careful and methodical by nature, and he did not panic. He sat with the information, made his notes, and began looking steadily forward. But beneath the practical surface of all of that, he found himself, in the evenings, making a kind of quiet inventory of the month and everything that had arrived with it. At home, too, the air had shifted in ways that were difficult to point at directly. Breath, small frictions that might once have passed without notice, seemed to catch and hold, the way a thread catches on a rough edge. Conversations that ended not badly, but somehow incompletely. Moods that moved from room to room without quite resolving. The particular silence that lives in a household where people are trying to be careful with each other and not quite managing it. He would sit in the evenings with a cup of tea growing cold in front of him and look at the month as a whole, the health, the work, the household, each one small enough alone to wave away, and find himself noticing how they had all arrived together in the same narrow stretch of weeks, like guests who had arranged between themselves to come at once. Pause. It was in one of those quiet evenings, perhaps 3 weeks into this accumulation, that the thought arrived fully formed and settled into the chair beside him. The salt. He turned it over slowly in his mind, the way a person examines something that has been sitting on a shelf for a long time without being looked at directly. The small mound behind Susanu's shrine, the paper packet, the companion's gentle certainty that it was all right, the strange and complete disappearance 3 days after returning home, and then the month that had followed like a door swinging slowly open onto a room he had not meant to enter. Pause. He did not decide, sitting there in the quiet apartment, that the salt was certainly the cause of all of it. He was not the kind of person who made decisions like that easily, and the part of him that liked clear lines and verifiable facts was still present and still cautious. But he found that he could no longer say with any real confidence that it wasn't. And that was a different and more uncomfortable position than simply not knowing. Tatsuya, who had known the shrine and its customs so well, who had reached for the salt first and spoken of it so gently. Hiro thought of him now and realized he had not heard from him in weeks, that several messages he had sent had gone unanswered, that contact had simply and slowly ceased, as if Tatsuya had drifted somewhere Hiro's messages could not quite reach. Whether the same kinds of things had come to him, Hiro did not know, and thought he probably would not find out. Pause. He found himself, in those quiet evenings, turning toward a question that practical people are sometimes embarrassed to admit they ask. Whether it had been right to take something left as an offering, whether a pinch of sacred salt was the kind of thing that carried the intention of the person who placed it and did not transfer cleanly into a wallet on a train. Whether there are places and objects in the world that are simply not intended to travel. The shrines of Izumo, and Susanu's shrine in particular, sitting in its older and quieter corner of the grounds, had been tended for longer than most human institutions had existed by people who understood, with the accumulated patient knowledge of many generations, which things were offerings and which were not, what the salt was for, and where it was meant to remain. Breath. Hiro had not known any of this in the moment of reaching down, and that was genuinely true, and he held on to it as something. He had only followed someone who seemed to understand, and had thought of it as a kind of blessing to carry home, which was not a wicked thing to think. But knowing and meaning, he had come to feel, were not always the same thing, and the month had quietly taught him something about the distance between them. He began to think in the measured way of a person who has already privately made up their mind about going back. Not urgently. There was nothing urgent in the thought. No sudden impulse. No wish to undo or to argue with what had happened. Just the quiet settling of an understanding that if something had been disturbed, the honest response was to return to the place where it had been disturbed and offer what apology and acknowledgement the place seemed to require. He thought about what he would bring, an offering of salt to replace what had been taken, though the original was so completely gone that he could not say where it had ended up, only that it had chosen not to stay. He thought about the shrine's grounds in late autumn, the wide approach and the great rope hanging still in the cool air, and then the narrower path around to the back, the flat stone, the cedar smell, the particular quality of the afternoon light that had seemed so clear and benign on the day. He had reached down without quite thinking. Pause. There is an old understanding in these places, not a rule exactly, more like a texture in the air around certain thresholds, that the offerings placed there belong to the shrine, that they carry intention placed by someone who understood the exchange, and that removing them shifts something in the balance of that intention, even when no disrespect was meant, even when the reaching hand was gentle. The local people of Izumo know this in the way that people know the character of a neighbor they have lived beside for many years. Not because they were told it once in a formal way, but because it has been lived alongside long enough to become simply the shape of things, a kind of inherited knowledge carried in the body. Sacred Mauricio, in particular, is placed as a purification and a boundary, a way of asking that the threshold remain clear, and what it does at a shrine threshold in Izumo is different from what it does tucked in a wallet. Traveling home through the November dark on a train moving west to east away from all the gathered gods. Pause. Hiro thought about all of this in his quiet apartment. The city sounds arriving muffled and soft through the window, and found that the thinking itself had a quality of settling, as if naming what had happened, even only to himself, in the privacy of an evening with cooling tea, was the beginning of finding a way through it. His plan was modest, which felt right for what it was. He would go back when he could. He would stand at the rear of Susanu's shrine and bow and offer whatever words of acknowledgement came to him. He would bring something to replace what had been taken, and he would do all of this without any expectation of particular outcome, because the point was not to reverse the month that had already passed, but simply to do the honest thing. Breath. The honest thing, he had come to understand, was the quietest kind of resolution. Not an appeal, not a negotiation, not a claim that he deserved better, just the acknowledgement of a person who had reached for something they should have left, and who had come slowly and with the help of an uncomfortable month to understand why the boundary was there. Outside the window, the November rain came and went without urgency, and the city continued its low conversation with itself beneath the wet streets and the amber lights. And Hiro sat with his cooling tea and his quiet plan, and felt not lighter exactly, not fully resolved, but a little more settled, the way a person feels when they have finally given a name to the thing that has been sitting in the room with them for weeks. And that, perhaps, is where his story rests for tonight. Not with any certain answer about what the salt was, or what it carried, or whether it truly accounted for the month that followed, but with one man in a quiet apartment, in a city in the late autumn rain, deciding that he would go back and say that he was sorry, and mean it simply without drama. Pause, which is, in its own small and unhurried way, a kind of peace. And so we leave that hallway behind, letting it soften now into the quiet dark where all things gently dissolve. There is no hurry here. If you need a moment, take it. Let a slow breath move through you, easy and unhurried, the way a tide pulls back from shore without effort, without sound. The same night is still unfolding, the same stillness holding everything in place, and our next story continues within it, just another room in the same long dream. You need not follow every word. Simply let the voice carry you, the way a river carries a leaf, not pulling, not pushing, only moving, always moving towards somewhere soft and far away. When Hiro first arrived in Aichi, one of the earliest things he did, before the boxes were properly sorted and before he had found which train took him most usefully into the city, was make his way to Atsuta Jingu, the great old shrine at the heart of Nagoya, to pay his respects and say, as quietly and politely as he could manage, hello. He was not especially religious, or at least he would not have described himself that way. But he had grown up understanding that when you move somewhere new, you introduce yourself to the local gods the same way you introduced yourself to the neighbors. Not because you expected anything in particular, but because it was the right and human thing to do, and because places like people noticed when they were acknowledged. So one mild afternoon in early winter, with the smell of cold air and something faintly woody threading through the streets near the shrine, Hiro walked beneath the great Torii gate and set his feet on the gravel path that wound ahead through trees so large and old they seemed to exist in a slightly different category from ordinary trees, and something in the air around him shifted, quietly and without announcement. It was not a dramatic shift. He would not have used the word dramatic, but it was unmistakable, a quieting of some frequency he had not known was present until it was absent, the way you only notice the hum of a refrigerator when it stops. Pause. The noise of the city remained, just barely, at the margins, a distant train, the muffled sound of traffic, but it had retreated to a polite distance, as though it had been asked to wait outside, and had agreed. Hiro walked slowly along the gravel path, not out of deliberate reverence, but because the place seemed to ask it of him, the way very old rooms ask you to move through them slowly, and the camphor trees rose on either side with their dark winter branching and the pale grass between the stone lanterns, and overhead the pale sky of Nagoya in December. He stood before the main hall for a while after his brief prayer, not doing anything in particular, just standing in the way that sometimes becomes the most useful thing you can do, arms at his sides, jaw unclenched in a way he noticed only by noticing that it had been clenched, and the cold air sat easily around him, and he was in no hurry to leave. Pause. He stayed much longer than he had planned, and when he finally turned back toward the gate, he found that his shoulders had dropped considerably, and that something in his chest which had been quietly effortful for several weeks now, the effort of a new city and new colleagues, and an apartment that still felt like a hotel room in spite of the boxes he had arranged around it, had loosened only slightly, but perceptibly. Within 2 months, he went back, and 2 months after that, again, and then again after that. And in time, the visits settled into a rhythm as natural and unconsidered as all the other small rituals that accumulate around a new life in a new place. The particular ramen shop you always end up choosing, the route home you always take without thinking, the bench in the park you always seem to find available. Breath. He began to think of Atsuta, Jingu the way he thought of very few places, as somewhere that was simply always ready for him, always the same, always keeping the kind of open door that asks nothing of you when you walk through it. The trouble, if trouble is the right word for something so mild and so consistently amusing, was that the shrine seemed to have its own ideas about how the journey to the door should go. He noticed it for the first time on his second visit. He had turned off the main road toward the shrine parking area and found, sitting precisely in the entrance, a car that had evidently stalled, hazard lights blinking at a patient and unhurried rhythm, and there was nothing for it but to reverse and find a space several streets away, which required 15 minutes of mild inconvenience and a small amount of muttering to himself about timing. Pause. He mentioned it to no one and filed it under coincidence, and went inside and felt, as he always did, the air shift around him into something that was somehow both clearer and softer than ordinary air, and forgot about the car entirely. The second time it happened, he had the navigation on, more out of habit than necessity, and was following the familiar route from his apartment when, despite knowing the road well and despite the navigation's best efforts to keep him on course, he found himself in the act of turning, calm, unhurried, entirely certain, into a street that was very definitely not the right one. It took him 20 minutes of patient backtracking through streets he did not recognize to return to the place where he had started going wrong. And by the time he finally arrived at the shrine, he was mildly flustered and also slightly amused, because it had been such an ordinary, pointless wrong turn. Not the kind made in uncertainty, but the kind made with complete and inexplicable confidence. Over time, he built a small private catalog of these incidents. The stalled car, the wrong turn, a delivery van that had been parked in the only available space near the shrine, and then, as he watched it from behind, had simply pulled away as though it had been waiting specifically for him to arrive before moving. And the catalog, far from being a source of irritation, had become something he found himself looking forward to in a sideways kind of way, the way you look forward to the particular small obstacles that have become part of a ritual. He noticed a pattern. Something always happened on the way to Atsuta. Small, never serious, always carrying the faint quality of being somehow arranged. And then without fail, the moment he crossed the threshold, all of it fell away. And there was only the stillness and the old trees and the warmth he had come to wait for, the way you wait for a recognizable face. Pause. In summer, when he arrived after the long walk from wherever he had managed to park, having come in from the humid streets of Nagoya in July, the shrine grounds were measurably cooler. Not just the shade of the great camphor trees, which was considerable, but something else, a quality in the air itself, as though the grounds maintained their own private arrangement with the season. Entirely indifferent to the heat pressing against their walls from outside. In winter, coming in from the cold streets with his breath visible and his coat pulled close, the warmth met him inside the gate like something deliberate. Not merely shelter from the wind, but an active warmth, a present warmth, the kind you notice because it seems just slightly as though it has been kept there for you specifically. He began to think of it as teasing. That was the word that kept returning, and it was not an anxious word for him, but a fond one, the kind of teasing that happens between people who know each other well enough to know the other will take in the spirit intended. Then came the morning of the railway crossing. Long pause. It was an autumn day, the kind Nagoya does well when it bothers. The air rinsed clear and the light almost too clean, the kind of morning that makes you want to go somewhere worth the journey. And Hiro was making his way to the shrine in a good mood with no particular reason behind it, which is often the best kind. Breath. There is a crossing on his regular route that he had come to think of privately and with a certain affection as the closed crossing, because in all the times he had driven past it, over these 3 years and these many visits, he had never once found it open. It was always down, always patient, always attended by either a passing train or the quiet interval before one. And Hiro had made his peace with it long ago, had learned to receive its small enforced pause as part of the approach, a moment to let his mind go soft and unoccupied before he arrived. So when he came around the corner that morning and saw the barrier raised, standing perfectly vertical, the road ahead clear, no train in sight, he felt the small, uncomplicated pleasure of someone who has been given an unearned morning gift. Pause. He drove through with the mild satisfaction of this small, lucky thing still about him, turned onto the approach road, and found a sign standing in front of the car park that he had never seen before. The sign, in neat and entirely official characters, informed him that the car park was closed today due to a festival, and that parking in the surrounding streets was also prohibited for the duration of the festival hours, which were, and he read this twice, just to be certain, precisely the hours during which he had arrived. He sat with the engine idling and the sign in front of him and the closed car park behind it. And for a moment, he said nothing and did nothing, simply reading the sign a second time with the careful patience of someone hoping they may have made a small error of comprehension on the first reading. Pause. And then something arrived without being invited. An image, vivid and complete, of a god sitting somewhere up in those great old camphor trees with its shoulders shaking, doubled entirely over with laughter at the beautiful precision of it. Open the crossing first, so he sails through feeling lucky, then close the car park, so the luck reverses neatly at the final step. The image was so clear and so specific that Hiro, alone in his car in front of the prohibited parking area of one of the most ancient shrines in Japan, found himself laughing too, a quiet, helpless, thoroughly genuine laugh. The kind that belongs to moments when the joke is at your expense and you do not mind at all, because the joker is someone who, in the very act of the joke, has made it plain that they know you. He found a narrow street some distance from the shrine, left the car and walked the rest of the way on foot through the autumn morning, and by the time he reached the Torii, he was breathing the clean October air, and his steps had slowed to the pace that the approach always eventually asked of him anyway. Breath. And when he stepped through the gate and the gravel began underfoot and the camphor trees closed overhead and the air of the ground settled around him. Cooler than the outside air, though the morning was already cool. Warmer than the October wind, though he had not been cold. He understood something he had been circling for some time. The obstacles were not accidental, and they were not hostile, and they were not tests in any solemn or evaluative sense. They were, as far as he could feel his way toward the idea, something closer to an invitation to arrive differently, to come not in a rush, not in the compressed and preoccupied mode of a city morning, but slowly and on foot, and with the faint inconvenience of the journey still present in the body, still making him aware that he had chosen to come here, that arrival was a small deliberate thing. He stood at the main hall for a long time that morning, longer than usual, and afterward he walked among the smaller shrines that scattered through the wooded grounds. There were many of them at Atsuta, tucked beneath trees and set back along narrower paths, and each had its own quality, its own particular pocket of stillness, and Hiro moved among them in the half-present state that the place always eventually produced in him, aware of his feet on the gravel and the changing light through the leaves and not much else. By the time he returned to the gate, the morning had gone gold at its edges and his mind was very quiet, and the walk back to the car seemed entirely different from the walk to the shrine, easier and lighter, as if some weight had been collected at the threshold and simply left there. He drove home with the window open a little, the autumn air moving through the car in a way it only does in October when the temperature is exactly right and has not yet decided to commit to winter, and he thought about the god in the tree with its shoulders shaking and found himself smiling again, the same quiet smile. Pause. In all the years he had been visiting Atsuta, he had come to understand that the warmth inside the grounds, the particular warmth that met him in winter, the particular coolness that met him in summer, both of them always there, always reliable, always slightly more than could be explained by the trees alone, was the same thing as the pranks of the gate, expressed differently. The warmth said, "You are here, and it is good that you are here, and we have been waiting, and now you can rest." The prank said, "But not too easily. Come the rest of the way on foot. Arrive having chosen to arrive, and then we will be very glad to see you." He had not known. When he first moved to Aichi with his half-unpacked boxes, and his approximate knowledge of the streets, and his general sense of being a stranger in a landscape he had not yet learned to read, that a shrine would become one of the fixed points of his new life. One of the things that oriented him the way a single familiar landmark orients a person in an otherwise unfamiliar city. Breath. But that was how it had gone, and he found he was glad of it, glad of the every 2 months rhythm, glad of the teasing at the gate, glad above all of that moment of crossing the threshold and feeling the air of the grounds close around him with its old and unhurried welcome, summer or winter, rain or clear sky, festival closure or empty car park. And perhaps that is the simplest way to say what Atsuta Jingu had come to mean to him. It was a place that was always glad when he finally got there, and always a little amused about how long it had taken him, and both of those things together felt, on the inside of the gate in the cool or warm air under those ancient trees, like something very close to home. That is where we leave him tonight, standing quietly in that warmth, under those old trees, with the city sound waiting patiently just beyond the boundary, and the gravel soft beneath his feet, and whatever small obstacle had brought him here already settling gently into memory, the way all small obstacles do eventually when the place they led you to turns out to be worth every moment of the approach. Long pause, and so we leave that hallway behind. Let it fade the way a candle fades, not suddenly, but softly, until the darkness is whole and restful again. There is no hurry here. If you need a moment, take one now. Draw a slow breath in and let it go unhurried all the way to the end. The night is long and generous, and it asks nothing of you. Our story continues. The same quiet hours, the same stillness settling over everything. And when you are ready, or even if you're not quite ready, it will carry you gently forward the way still water carries a leaf, without effort, without sound. In the early evening in autumn, in the part of Nagoya that lies alongside Atsuta Jingu, a young man named Hiro was making his way along the wide road beside the shrine on his bicycle, heading to a friend's house with no particular hurry in his legs. He was 16, maybe 17, an age when the world is simultaneously enormous and unremarkable, depending on the hour, and the road beside the shrine was one he had cycled many times, a long avenue with steady traffic and the low, layered sound of the city settling comfortably into its evening. The shrine lay somewhere behind its encircling forest to his left, and Hiro knew it the way you know a landmark you have lived beside for years, by feel rather than thought, the way you know a hill on a familiar skyline, with a familiarity so settled it had long since stopped asking anything of him. He was almost certainly thinking about his friend's house and whether there would be food, which is entirely the right thing for a teenage boy to think about when cycling toward an autumn evening. And the road ahead was ordinary in every way a road can be ordinary. And then the sound withdrew, not disappeared. He would take care with this detail later when he tried to explain it, but receded the way sound recedes through a thick wall or through the slow drift into sleep, losing its edges first, and then its warmth, and then most of its substance, until what remained was only a soft pressure, the memory of noise rather than noise itself. Hiro became aware, some moments after this, that the road had changed beneath his wheels. He was still moving, his legs still pedaling, his hands resting on the handlebars in their usual easy way, but the wide avenue with its evening traffic had become a narrow lane, and on either side of this lane, stone walls rose close and high, walls with the gray patience of things that have stood through many seasons and see no reason to explain themselves. He was going downhill, He realized, down a slope he had never cycled before, the bicycle finding its own path between the walls with a confidence that had nothing to do with him. He did not stop. He would try, much later, to explain why he did not stop, and the best he could manage was that stopping simply had not felt like one of the available choices. Not because he was prevented, but because the place had its own logic and its own gravity, and he moved with it the way you move with a current in water, not always choosing to, but moving nonetheless. He coasted down between the stone walls, and at the bottom the lane opened into something that had the shape of shopping street. Low wooden buildings close on either side, their facades aged in the way that comes from time accumulating, not from neglect, decade settled carefully over decade like sediment. There were signs hung at angles beneath narrow eaves, characters painted on boards in styles that Hiro associated with history textbooks and very old photographs. And the buildings themselves sat low and solid, close to the ground, with the look of things built to last rather than to be admired. But there were no people, not one, no pedestrians, no shopkeepers, no child on a bicycle, no dog, no sound of anyone anywhere, and the shutters of every building were drawn with a finality that suggested they had not been opened in a very long time, if they had ever opened at all. The silence had a texture that Hiro found difficult to name. Not the absence of sound so much as the presence of something else, something patient and still, the silence of a room closed for years that holds, within itself, the quiet of long waiting. He cycled slowly through the middle of the empty street, and the sound of his bicycle, the soft turn of the chain, the whisper of tires on packed earth, was the only moving sound in the world, a small mechanical murmur that felt, in the deep quiet of that place, almost indecently loud. And then, without any deliberation he could later trace, he became aware of a single clear fact. He should not put his feet on the ground. This was not a thought he had arrived at through reasoning. It was simply there when he reached for it, the way certain things are already known by the body before the mind has had time to confirm them, the way you know a surface will burn before you touch it, the nerves faster than the understanding. He kept both feet on the pedals the entire time he was in the street, sometimes pedaling slowly, sometimes only coasting, turning the handlebars gently to look at one building and then the next, always balanced, always with feet raised, honoring something he could not name. He passed what might have been a small rice merchant, its wooden lattice dark with age, and a building with an awning hanging at a slight angle, and a place where 2 stone steps led up to a doorway, so thoroughly shut that it seemed less like a door that was closed than a wall that had forgotten it was ever otherwise. There were no wires strung between the rooftops, no electrical lines, no cables of any kind, none of the modern tangle that runs above every Japanese street he had ever seen. And this absence, which he noticed only gradually, was perhaps the detail that told him most clearly and most quietly what sort of place he had entered. The light that lay over the street was a soft gray amber, diffuse and sourceless, belonging to no particular time of day. Not quite daylight and not quite lamplight. Simply sufficient, the way the light in very old photographs is sufficient. Not warm exactly, just there, just enough. Hiro cycled on. At something like the far end of the street, though the far end had shifted once or twice as he moved toward it, retreating slightly, the way a certain kind of distance does in a certain kind of place. A building stood a little taller than the others, with a curved tile roof of the kind that belongs to older railway stations, the tiles overlapping in that heavy, patient gray-green of things built to endure. Below the eaves, mounted flat against the facade, was a wooden board, and on the board were characters brushed in ink that had faded to nearly the color of the wood itself. Faded, but not gone, still there, still readable for anyone who came close enough and gave the sign the time it was owed. Hiro slowed his bicycle almost to nothing and read the characters. He read them once, without fully understanding what he was seeing, and then he read them again, and they resolved into a name he knew very well. Jingwami, the neighborhood name for the great shrine, whose station he had passed hundreds of times on the train, a station that existed in the present he had come from as a neat modern building with turnstiles and a vending machine near the exit. But this was not that station. This was a building with a wooden board and brushed ink and two small lights burning somewhere inside or beyond the entrance. Lights that Hiro somehow understood were not electric, though he could not have said why he was certain of this, only that he was. He sat on his bicycle with both feet on the pedals and looked at the sign for a long while, and he had a clear and quiet understanding, arriving without any drama or alarm, that he was looking at what Jingwami Station had been before it became the thing he knew. Decades earlier, perhaps 60 years, perhaps more. He was a high school boy, not a historian, and the gap between those possibilities felt less important than the simple fact of being here, or rather of being when, which was the more accurate word and also the stranger one. He felt no urge to approach the entrance, or to call out, or to try whatever door lay beyond the board. The same knowledge that had kept his feet off the ground told him, with the same quiet authority, that this was not a place to enter, but a place to pass through, to see and to leave intact, the way you pass through certain shrine precincts with a respect that requires no explanation. So he looked at the two small lights for what felt like the right amount of time, and then he turned his bicycle and began to ride back through the empty street. The return was subtly different from the approach, the way returning journeys often are: the same street, the same shuttered buildings, the same stone silence. But the angles had shifted slightly, showing him the backs of things he had seen, the fronts of, the way a familiar face looks different when it is turned away. He moved through it slowly, and he was aware, with a distant, curious interest, that he was not frightened, not in the way the situation might seem to warrant, that underneath the strangeness of it there was something like stillness, a calm that the place seemed almost to require of him. Unsettled, yes, genuinely and deeply unsettled in the way that an impossible thing unsettles, not by threatening you, but by quietly dismantling the architecture of what you believed was fixed and certain. But not frightened. He came back to the slope between the stone walls, and he climbed it or descended it. Direction had become approximate, and then, with no more warning than the first time, the quality of the light changed. A brightening, not a flash. The specific brightening of ordinary things returning, street lamps coming on in the dusk, the full layered sound of the city resolving from its soft pressure back into something concrete and immediate and real. And Hiro was on the wide road beside, Atsuta Jingu, cycling in the direction of his friend's house. Everything where it should be, the evening in the ordinary process of becoming night. He cycled the rest of the way in a quietness that was entirely his own. Not the silence of the street he had left, but the silence of someone who has received something and is carrying it carefully, turning it gently in the hands of his attention without wanting to drop it. He was thinking about the sign. He would later recall about the way the ink had faded to nearly the color of the wood, but not beyond legibility, as though it had been painted by someone who expected it to last and had given it the care that expectation requires. His friend was at the door before Hiro had finished leaning his bicycle against the wall, and on his friend's face was the expression of someone who has spent 2 hours moving through several stages of worry and arrived, exhausted, at the shore of relief. His friend asked, carefully and with a bewilderment he was trying to keep gentle, where Hiro had been, because it had been 2 hours since he should have arrived, and the ride from Atsuta Jingu normally took 20 minutes at most, and it was nearly dark. Hiro stood there for a moment with his hand still on the bicycle, thought about what to say, and then said softly that he had taken a wrong turn and got a bit lost, which was true in the way that a river is water, true in its substance, if not quite in its form. His friend looked at him with the expression reserved for answers that do not quite match their questions. And then they went inside, and there was food, warm and ordinary, and the kitchen had the particular comfort of kitchens in the autumn, and the subject settled quietly into the parts of things that do not get spoken of. Hiro told the story only much later, when the years had given it the distance of something that could be looked at without needing to be explained, when the impossible thing had become simply a thing that had happened one autumn evening on a bicycle near the shrine. He told his children eventually, when they were old enough to sit with questions that have no answers, and he told it with the careful gentleness of someone describing something he has kept intact for a very long time and would not want to damage by careless handling. He told them about the slope and the stone walls and the silence of the empty street and the fact arriving without argument, the body knowing before the mind was told that he should not put his feet on the ground, not once the entire time he was there. And he told them about the 2 small lights behind the station sign and how they had seemed, in the gray-amber quiet of that afternoon, to breathe slightly, as though the building were not abandoned but simply resting, waiting in its own time for whatever was meant to come next. What he could never account for, and had given up trying to account for, was the 30 minutes that had felt like 2 hours, or the 2 hours that had felt like 30 minutes, depending on which world you were standing in when you counted. Time had moved differently in that empty street, and Hiro had moved with it, without resistance, the way a bicycle moves through water. Still the same bicycle, still the same boy, but slower and heavier and more deliberate. And then he had come back, and time had returned to its usual pace, and he was on the road again, with the city and the evening air and the ordinary warmth of knowing exactly where he was going. He had come to feel, as the years passed, that this was perhaps the most important thing about the experience, not the strangeness of where he had been, but the calm that had held inside it, the feet on the pedals, the honoring of whatever the place required, and then the emerging, whole and quiet, back into the light. Atsuta Jingu still stands in Nagoya, as it has stood for nearly 2,000 years, its ancient camphor trees enormous and unhurried, its paths walked by generations of visitors who feel, when they pass through the gates, the particular weight of somewhere that has been tended and held sacred for a very long time. And near the shrine, along the roads that run beside its walls, the city moves through its ordinary hours. The taxis and the commuters and the bicycles and the low sound of a city that carries its own history without always knowing the shape of it. There may be a slope between stone walls somewhere along that road, a slope that appears on certain evenings and perhaps on no others, leading down to a street of shuttered wooden buildings and a station with a painted sign and 2 small lights inside. Or perhaps not. Perhaps it appeared once for one particular boy on one particular autumn evening, when the shrine and the road and the time of year and the unhurried heart of a teenager on a bicycle were aligned in whatever precise arrangement allows for such a thing. Hiro never saw the slope again, though he passed through that part of Nagoya many more times in the years that followed. And his children noticed that when he did, he would sometimes grow quiet for a moment and look at the road beside the shrine with a particular expression. Not sad, not searching, simply present with something he had carried for a long time and would carry a little longer. He was not sad in those moments, and he was not frightened. He was simply with the memory of it. A man who had once been a boy on a bicycle, keeping his feet on the pedals, moving slowly through a street that belonged to a different time, and finding his way eventually back. And that, perhaps, is where the story rests. Not in any solving, because this is the kind of mystery that does not need solving, but in the quiet, enduring fact of a calm that held through something impossible, a body that knew what it needed to know, and a road that led, in the end, back to ordinary life and the warmth of a friend's kitchen in the autumn. And so we leave that hallway behind, its quiet shadows dissolving now, gently like breath on cold glass. There is no hurry here. If you need a moment, take it. Let your body settle a little deeper into wherever you are resting. Let the air move slowly in and slowly out. The same night is still unfolding. The same soft dark holding everything in place. And our next story is already waiting, patient as candlelight, ready whenever you are. There is nowhere else to be. Only here, only this, only the sound of a voice carrying you forward, one unhurried word at a time. On a mild morning in early autumn, Hiro stepped off the ferry at Miyajima and stood for a moment on the old wooden pier, looking out across the flat and silver water toward the thing he had come all this way to see. Somewhere out there, rising from the sea as it has risen for many centuries now, stood the great Torii gate of Itsukusha. Its 2 enormous pillars reaching up from the water, their color that deep and particular red that sits somewhere between warm and ancient, its crossbeam spanning wide against the pale morning sky. He had seen it in photographs many times, the way most people have seen it, that image that appears on every calendar and every shrine booklet and every postcard sold in every gift shop between here and Hiroshima. The gate standing in the bay at high tide, reflected perfectly in the still water below, the mountain rising soft and dark behind it. He had, however, timed this visit for something the photographs almost never show. Low tide, because at low tide, when the sea draws back and the wide tidal flats emerge, dark and wet and vast, the gate stops floating and simply stands on the ground, its pillars bare to their bases, and you can walk all the way out to it across the exposed sand, all the way to the wood itself, and put your hands on it. He had come across this possibility weeks before the trip, a single line in something he had found online from someone who had visited years ago and had written something like, "I touched the gate and felt a thing I could not explain," and the post had ended there, offering nothing further, as though the person had started to describe it and then understood there were no right words. He had checked the tide charts the night before in his hotel room in Hiroshima, sitting at the small desk by the window with the city lights spread out softly below, and had worked out that low tide would fall around 10 in the morning, which meant taking the first ferry of the day and arriving on the island just as the light was still low and gentle across the water. Miyajima is a small and unhurried island, the kind of place that seems to operate at its own particular pace. The pace of wooded hills and old stone paths and the occasional deer wandering through the market stalls with the calm and settled confidence of something that has simply always belonged here and sees no reason to change that. He noticed the deer right away, small and calm and entirely indifferent to the arriving visitors, moving among the buildings the way the wind moves, following no obvious route, belonging everywhere at once without apparently needing to go anywhere in particular. He walked through the first shrine gate and onto the covered wooden walkway that runs out over the tidal flats, its planks worn smooth and pale by years of footsteps, the low water visible through the gaps below, dark and still in the early morning light. The shrine buildings at Ikitsukushima are built on pillars above the tidal ground, so that at high tide, the whole complex appears to hover above the sea, an effect that must have been extraordinary when it was first designed, and which has not grown ordinary in the centuries since, no matter how many people have stood here and looked. But this morning, with the tide far out, the flats stretched wide beneath and beyond the walkway, gray and wet and immense, the exposed sand covering everything out to where the water still lay silver at the horizon. And there, out in the middle of that wide, gray expanse, stood the gate, so much larger than the photographs had suggested, in the way that large and old things almost always are in person, the camera having compressed the distance and the scale until what arrives in the mind is merely an image, and what stands before you is an entirely different order of experience. The pillars were enormous, wide around as very old trees, wider perhaps, rising from the sand with that particular quality of things that have been standing in one place for a very long time, which is not stillness exactly, but something closer to patience, the quality of things that have learned over centuries to simply outlast urgency. He came down from the walkway and stepped out onto the tidal flat, his shoes pressing into the wet sand, and began to walk slowly toward the gate, because there was no reason to hurry, because the tide would not return for hours, because the morning was mild and the sea air was cool on his face, and because the light was doing something particular to the shallow pools scattered across the flats, catching there and holding still, so that each small pool reflected a piece of the sky. There were other visitors out on the flats with him, perhaps 30 or 40 spread across the wide sand, moving in quiet clusters toward the gate or already standing at its base, cameras raised, voices low, and the easy shared understanding that comes over people near places like this, that you lower your voice without anyone asking you to. As he drew closer, he could see what the centuries of tides had done to the lower portions of the pillars. The thick gray crust of barnacles covering the wood from the waterline down, the accumulated growth of every high tide and every low tide since the gate was first planted in this particular stretch of sea. The wood above the tide line was painted that deep vermilion, a color that seems to generate its own warmth, that sits in the eye differently than other reds, as though it is lit very slightly from within rather than simply receiving the light that falls on it from outside. Below the tide line, the paint was gone entirely, replaced by that living gray crust, rough and uneven, the patient record of all the water that had moved around this wood across all the years. He stopped a few meters from the nearer pillar and stood for a moment. Just stood there the way you stand before very old things when you're trying to let the fact of them arrive at the right pace. Around him, people were moving up to the pillars and pressing their palms against the barnacled surface, taking photographs, speaking in quiet voices in several different languages, Japanese, Mandarin, something European he couldn't place, English somewhere just behind him. He waited for a small gap, the way you wait your turn at something without quite announcing that you are waiting, and then he stepped forward, stopping in the shadow cast by the enormous crossbeam above him. The two pillars close on either side now, the gate surrounding him rather than standing at a distance, and he became aware, close like this, of the smell of it, salt and old wood and something mineral, the particular scent of a thing that has lived at the meeting point of sea and land for so long that it has taken on something of both. His right hand came up slowly. His fingertips met the barnacled surface of the pillar, and it was rough as he had expected. The way old stone is rough or the bark of a very old tree is rough, uneven and sharp at the ridges, nothing soft about it, the honest texture of something that has lived in the ocean for centuries without apology. He pressed his palm flat against the wood, and then something happened. He would say later that it started exactly at the point of contact, not in the anticipation of it, not just before or just after, but in the precise moment his palm met the wood, beginning there and nowhere else. It was like static electricity, in a way that the closest available description of an unfamiliar sensation is always the familiar one it most resembles, even when the resemblance is only partial and the difference turns out to be the important thing. Static electricity is sharp and brief, and carries a small corrective note, a little reminder from the physical world that you have built up a charge and must now pay it. This was not that. This was warm. It began at the palm and then moved, though moved is not quite the right word because the word implies direction, and what he felt was less a movement from one place to another than an unfolding, the way warmth spreads through a cold room when a fire has been lit, not traveling across the room, but expanding from everywhere within it at once. It reached his arm, he thought, and then his chest, and by the time he was consciously aware of it in his chest, it had already gone further, was already present in all of him, in the same quiet, in complete way that warmth becomes present in water that has been near a fire long enough. He stood very still. There is a part of his mind already reaching for explanations. The sun on the wood, perhaps heating the surface over many hours of morning. Some property of the salt and the barnacles. Some conductive quality of old timber that he had simply never learned about. And he let these explanations move through him without holding on to them. The way you let the reasonable voice speak its piece in moments that are larger than reasoning. Because whatever this was, it was not frightening. That was the first thing he noticed clearly and deliberately. This was not cold, not the quality of sensation a body reads as warning, not the low alertness of something wrong. It was more like stepping from a long and gray indoor winter into the first real warmth of spring, that surprised, almost grateful sense of the body receiving something it had been waiting for without knowing it was waiting. His palm was still flat against the wood. He could feel the barnacles pressing back against his skin, the physical reality of the surface entirely present, the rough edges and the cold salt, and the particular hardness of marine growth that has had centuries to become exactly what it is, and behind it, or through it, or beneath it, that other thing, warm and present, that he did not have a name for and found. In this moment, he did not need one. He stood there for what felt like a long time, long enough for the sea light to shift slightly on the water, long enough for the people around him to cycle through, some leaving, others arriving, none of them noticing particularly that he was very still, that he had been standing at this pillar with his palm against it for perhaps a full minute now, eyes half closed, with an expression something like listening. And then, without quite deciding to, he took his hand away. Not because the sensation had stopped. It had not stopped, but because something in him registered that the moment had completed the way a bow completes or a prayer settles into its silence. Some interior signal that releasing contact was the right thing now. He stepped back a few paces onto the wet sand and stood looking up at the full height of the gate, the vermilion pillars enormous and straight against the sky, the crossbeams spanning wide above him, the soft green mountain of Miyajima rising behind it all. He tried carefully to assess what he felt, checking the quality of the experience the way you check the edges of a dream you're trying to hold before it fades, asking himself whether it was real, whether it was suggestion, whether the body had simply done something the body sometimes does near very large and very old things. The warmth was fading slowly, the way warmth always fades when you move from its source, not disappearing all at once, but becoming gradually less present, leaving behind it something he could only describe as a kind of stillness, as though whatever had passed through him had, in passing, also settled something. He walked back across the wet sand toward the shrine buildings, past the shallow pools with their small silver reflections of passing clouds, past the visitors moving in the other direction toward the gate, past two deer standing quietly near the base of the walkway steps as though they had decided to be there and found no reason to move. He sat down on the wooden steps of one of the outer shrine buildings and looked out at the gate from this new distance, and noticed that from here it looked exactly as it had always looked in every photograph he had ever seen of it. Enormous, familiar, entirely ordinary, an old structure in an old bay, the the sea around it and the mountains behind it, keeping each other company the way they always have, as though it had decided to simply be itself again, unremarkable, patient. He sat for a long while, not thinking about much in particular, or thinking about many things in the loose and drifting way that follows an experience you are not yet ready to examine directly. He thought about the barnacles, the centuries of tidal growth on those pillars, the way each tide had come in and gone out and coming again across all the years, and the gate had simply been there through all of it, through all the storms and all the seasons and all the hands pressed flat against its surface. He thought about all those hands, the pilgrims and the travelers and the curious and the faithful, in all the years since this gate was first built, all of them arriving here, all of them pressing their palms to the same wood, some of them feeling something and some of them feeling nothing particular, and none of them able to fully explain their experience to the other. He thought about the line he had found weeks ago. I touched the gate and felt a thing I could not explain, and he understood now why the person had written no further, why the post had simply ended there like a sentence that knew when it was done. Because there's a kind of experience that does not survive translation into words, not because the words do not exist somewhere, but because the experience is larger than any container language makes for it. And the honest thing is to offer the fact of it and then simply stop. The tide, he noticed, was beginning to return. He could see it at the far edges of the tidal flat, the first thin film of water creeping back across the sand very slowly, the separated pools beginning to connect, the wide gray expanse beginning, so gradually it was barely visible to Phil. He watched the water approach the base of the gate and reach the lowest part of the barnacled pillars, watched the rough gray wood begin to disappear, inch by inch, back into the sea that had claimed it and released it and claimed it again for all these centuries. By afternoon, the gate would be standing in the water again, as it stands in every photograph. The sea up to its waist, its reflection below, the mountains behind it, the sky above, and no one looking from the shore would know that a few hours before, a young man had stood at its base with his palm pressed flat against the barnacled wood and felt something warm move through him, something he had no name for, something he carried with him the rest of the day in the way you carry good news that has not yet been fully absorbed. The water came slowly around the pillars, covering the gray barnacled surface a little at a time, returning the gate to the sea, returning the sea to the gate, the way these two things return to each other twice every day and have for a very long time and will for a very long time still. And Hiro sat on the shrine steps and watched it happen, warm enough in the autumn morning, in no particular hurry, with nowhere to be for the next hour. And he let the morning simply rest. And perhaps that is the softest and most honest thing to say about it. That he sat for a while afterward, watching the tide come home, and did not try to name what had passed through him at the base of that old gate, and found that this, not naming it, not solving it, simply having felt it, was enough. And so we leave that hallway behind, its quiet shadows settling back into stillness, the way all things eventually do. There is no hurry here. If you need a moment, take it. Let your breath slow, let your shoulders soften, let the weight of the day press gently down into wherever you are resting. The same night is still unfolding, the same story continuing, and it will wait for you. It has nowhere else to be when you are ready, or even if you are not quite ready, even if your eyes are already growing heavy. The next voice will find you, soft as a lamp left burning in a distant room. Somewhere along the narrow path that ran near the summit of a sacred mountain, a young man named Hiro had leaned his back against the rough bark of an old tree and let himself, for the first time in hours, simply stop moving. He had been climbing since early morning, working his way up through the lower forest where the light came in sideways and the air smelled of cedar and whetstone, and he had climbed with the particular stubbornness of someone who had decided early on that he would not stop until he reached the top. He had not quite reached the top, though he was close now, close enough to feel the sky opening overhead in a way that the lower forest had never allowed, and the path here ran along a cliff edge, narrow and honest, with the mountains rolling away below him in long, soft waves of green. The view, when he allowed himself to notice it, was the kind that made a person feel briefly very small and very fortunate at the same time, the kind of view that costs something to earn and gives something back, though it was hard to say precisely what. He had come with friends, two of them who were perhaps 50 or 100 meters behind him on the path, moving at their own pace, talking quietly the way people talk when they're tired and content, and he had let the gap between them grow without really meaning to. There was a particular quality of solitude that belonged to mountains. He had found a solitude that was not uncomfortable at all, just spacious, like a room that had been cleared of furniture to let the light move through it properly. His legs ached in the satisfying way that comes only from sustained effort, the deep pull in the muscles of the thigh and calf that reminded the body it had done something real today, and his shoulders felt the weight of his small pack with a familiar, earned tiredness. The tree he had stopped at was old, considerably older than anything he had expected to find at this altitude. Its bark gray and deeply furrowed, its roots gripping the rocky ground beside the cliff path with the patience of something that had been holding that particular ground for a very long time. He had not chosen it for any particular reason. The way one never quite chooses where to rest on a mountain, so much as finds that the body has already decided, has already recognized the right place and settled toward it before the thinking part of the mind is caught up. He pressed his back against the trunk and felt the subtle, uneven pressure of the bark through his jacket, the small knots and ridges that distributed his weight in odd ways, and he let out a long, slow breath that seemed to have been waiting inside him for quite some time. Below the cliff edge, the forested valleys lay in a soft haze, the color of the trees shifting from green to a deeper, duller gray-green at the farthest distances, the way colors always surrender themselves gradually to distance on mountains, until the furthest ridges become suggestion rather than place. There was no wind that he could feel, only the faint sound of it moving somewhere above him through branches he could not see, a sound that was more like silence given a gentle texture than anything that could properly be called wind. He thought, without great urgency, that he should drink some water, that his feet might appreciate a brief rest from his boots, that the summit was perhaps 20 minutes further at a reasonable pace, none of which required his immediate attention. He thought, too, in the scattered way that a tired mind thinks, about the fact that this was his first time climbing this particular mountain, a fact that seemed in this moment to carry a small, pleasant significance, though he could not have said why. Sacred mountains have their own quality of presence, something that ordinary mountains do not quite have, a sense of being attended to rather than merely looked at. Though Hiro was not by habit a man who spent much time thinking about such things. He closed his eyes. It was simply the right thing to do, the way one closes one's eyes in a warm room at the end of a long day, not from weariness exactly, but from a kind of readiness, a willingness to let the visible world wait for a moment while the inside of the mind caught up with everything the body had been doing. The darkness behind his closed lids was the ordinary darkness at first, the warm, faintly reddish dark that appears when the eyes are closed in afternoon light, and he let it be what it was, gave it no particular attention, made no demand of it. His breathing slowed without his asking it to, each exhale a little longer than the one before it, the way breathing adjusts itself on mountains without the person having to think about breathing at all. He was aware of the bark at his back, the solid factual presence of the old tree, the small sounds of the mountains settling around him, and somewhere below him a bird made 2 notes and then did not make a third, and the distant murmur of his friends' voices moving slowly closer along the path. And then, in the darkness that was just the ordinary darkness of closed eyes on an ordinary afternoon, a point of light appeared. It was small, genuinely small, the way a single distant star appears at its most remote, not the dramatic brightness of something meant to announce itself, but rather the tentative presence of something that might have always been there and was only now, in the stillness, catching his attention. He had experienced afterimages before, the way a bright window or a lamp leaves its ghost when the eyes close. And his first thought was simply that this was one of those, a trace of the bright valley sky still lingering somewhere in his vision. He waited for it to fade, the way one waits for an afterimage to dissolve back into the general dark, with mild, patient interest and no expectation that it would do anything other than disappear. It did not disappear. It remained precisely where it was, small and still and quietly present, with the quality of something that had settled rather than drifted, the way a held note on a string instrument is a different thing entirely from a note that is fading. And then, while he considered this with the detached interest of someone who is too tired to be alarmed by anything, a second point of light appeared, a little apart from the first. It arrived in the same unhurried way, simply present where it had not been a moment before, and he found himself noting this with the same calm he might bring to noting that a second bird had joined the first on a wire. A third followed, and then, in the slow rhythm of a second hand moving around a clock face, which was the comparison that came to him later, though in the moment he had no comparisons at all, only experience, others began to appear. What he noticed was the quality of their movement, because they moved softly and without haste, the way dancers in a traditional ceremony move, when precision matters more than speed, each small light taking up its position with what could only be described as intention. He did not open his eyes. He was aware, in some part of himself, that he could open his eyes at any moment, that this was not a situation requiring any particular response from him, that he was simply a man resting against a tree on a mountain with his eyes closed, and yet the thought of opening them felt curiously remote, like a choice that belonged to someone else's afternoon. The lights continued their slow work, and he watched them the way one watches something being made in front of you, with the particular quality of attention that comes when you're not yet sure what the thing will be, but have begun to feel that there will be a thing, that this is not random motion, but the gathering of something toward form. He thought, very faintly, of the calligraphers he had seen once in an old part Kyoto, the way the brush moved with that same unhurried confidence, each stroke placed where it needed to be placed, the whole character emerging from what appeared, to an uninitiated eye, to be a series of separate gestures, until suddenly it was not separate gestures at all, but a single complete thing. The lights moved at that pace, the pace of something being written by someone who has written it many times before and is in no hurry about it. And he waited with the open attention one gives to watching something written in a language one is only beginning, slowly, to learn. There was no sound. This is what he remembered later, when he tried to describe what had happened. The silence specifically, which was not the silence of the mountain he had been standing in all morning, but something deeper, the silence that belongs to the space between one breath and the next, the silence that is not the absence of sound, but the presence of something else entirely. He was not afraid. He thought about this afterward, whether he had been afraid, and found that he could not locate any memory of fear within the experience, only the calm attention of someone who has been shown something and is trying to give it the respect of full presence. The shape that the lights were drawing, he could feel it completing itself the way you feel a sentence completing itself before the final word arrives. The faint foreknowledge of wholeness that comes when something is almost finished and the shape of the whole is already understood. He did not know what the shape was in the sense of being able to name it or place it in a category. And this did not trouble him as much as he might have expected, because the shape felt less like a category of thing and more like a signature, the way a certain handwriting is recognizable before you have read the words. The small lights traced the final portions of whatever they were tracing, and then they were still, all of them, quiet and arranged in the darkness behind his closed lids with the satisfied stillness of something that has arrived exactly where it intended to arrive. He stayed with it. There was no particular reason to do anything else. And the tree at his back was solid, and the mountain was quiet, and the completed shape held itself in the dark of his closed eyes with a patience that felt, somehow, mutual, as though it was as content to be seen as he was to see it. His friends were calling him, somewhere along the path, their voices carrying the mild concern of people who have called once and received no answer and are deciding whether to call again. But the sound reached him and continued past him, the way sound reaches someone in deep water, present but not penetrating, not quite requiring any response. What he felt in those moments was something he would describe later as a lightness at the top of his head, a sensation not of being lifted, but of being continuous with something very large, the way water in a bowl is continuous with water in a river, if you could trace the connection all the way back through every channel between them. He was still himself, entirely himself, his tired legs and his jacket and his particular and unremarkable life of being hero, None of that had gone anywhere. But the boundary between where he ended and where the mountain continued had softened considerably, the way the boundary between sleep and waking softens on certain mornings when the dream has been gentle. He did not think about how long he sat there. And time on mountains has its own texture, the hours shorter when you're moving and longer when you're still. And he had given himself over to mountain time without quite deciding to, which is perhaps the only way to give yourself over to it at all. When he finally opened his eyes, the lights were gone, which he had expected, and the valley was still below him in its haze of deep gray-green, which he had also expected, and his friends were there now on the path behind him, closer than he had realized, looking at him with the mildly puzzled expressions of people who have been calling to someone who did not respond. He found that he had no good words for what had just happened. Not in that moment, and perhaps not ever entirely, because the experience belonged to the category of things that are complete in themselves and do not require translation in a language in order to be real. He told his friends, later, over tea at the small mountain hut near the summit, that he had dozed off for a moment leaning against the tree, which was both true and not quite true, the way such explanations always are, accurate on the surface and inadequate in their depth. His friends nodded and talked about the view, and he drank his tea and felt the quiet presence of the mountain around him with a gratitude that asked nothing of him and required no particular articulation. The sacred mountain had been receiving visitors for, by some accounts, over 1,000 years. Pilgrims who had made this same climb through the same cedars and up the same cliffside paths, resting perhaps at this same tree or at ones that had stood here before it. And some of them, he thought, must have sat with closed eyes in exactly this spot and felt something they could not explain. He thought about this in the particular way that mountain experiences tend to return to you in the days afterward, not insistently, but with a quiet persistence, like music that is not quite audible, but that influences the quality of the silence around it. What he kept returning to was not the lights themselves, exactly, but the silence that had accompanied them. That extraordinary, encompassing silence that seemed to belong to a different order of quiet than the natural world ordinarily offers. He had climbed mountains since he was a child, had sat in forest clearings and on exposed ridges and at summits watching weather change, and he knew what outdoor silence felt like, knew its texture and its ordinary contents. And what he had experienced against that old tree had been something else. It had been a silence that felt inhabited, though by what or by whom he could not say, only that it had not felt empty in the way that absence feels empty, but full in the way that certain kinds of presence, the quiet ones, can make a room feel full. The shape, too, he returned to in his thoughts, the shape that the lights had traced with such unhurried care, such deliberate and patient intention, the shape that had completed itself and rested in the darkness of his closed eyes like something waiting, with no urgency at all to be recognized. He never came entirely to understand what he had seen, and in the end, the not understanding seemed fitting, in the same way that the most important things about a person are often the things that cannot quite be summarized, only known from long familiarity. He went back to the mountain. After that, not once, but many times in different seasons and at different hours of the day, and he always rested at that same old tree on the narrow path along the cliff, and sometimes he would close his eyes and wait in the darkness of them with the patient, open attention he had first learned on that afternoon. Sometimes nothing happened, which was fine. The way the best friendships do not require anything remarkable to occur in order to feel meaningful. Only proximity and presence and the quiet willingness to keep returning. And sometimes, in the warm reddish darkness behind his closed eyes, a single small light would appear and hold itself very still, and he would simply be with it for as long as it lasted, neither reaching toward it nor pulling away, just resting there against the old bark in the silence that felt like it had always been waiting for someone quiet enough to notice it. The mountain received him each time the same way, with the vast and patient quality of something that has been attending to small human beings and their questions for a very long time, and has found that the best response, more often than not, is not an answer at all, but a deeper quality of stillness offered freely to anyone who will sit still long enough to receive it. He did not know what the lights were, what the shape meant, why the silence had that particular quality of inhabited fullness. And he had made a kind of peace with this, the way one makes peace with certain pieces of music that move you long before you understand why they do. Some things he had come to feel are given to be felt rather than understood, offered the way a mountain offers a view, not as information but as experience, not as an answer but as a way of holding a question a little more lightly than you held it before. And so, on the side of the sacred mountain, in the last of the afternoon light that came sideways through the ancient trees, with the valley far below wrapped in its long and gentle haze, a young man named Hero rested his back against the old tree and let the silence of the mountain hold him, as it had held so many before him, and would go on holding so many more, patient and unhurried and entirely without demand. And that, perhaps, is where this part of the story rests for tonight. And so we leave that hallway behind, the echoes of it settling gently, like dust finding its place on a still surface. You have carried each moment this far, and that is enough. If you need to breathe now, breathe. Let your shoulders fall. Let the weight of listening ease just a little. There is no hurry here, no place you need to arrive. The same story continues, the same night unfolding around us, soft and unhurried, the way darkness moves when no one is watching. We will find our way into the next chapter together, slowly, at the pace of something almost dreamed. Hero walked to the neighborhood shrine alone, on a morning in late autumn when the wind moved slowly through the cedar trees and the pale gravel of the approach lay quiet beneath an overcast and utterly still sky. He had not told anyone he was coming here. He had simply walked the way a person sometimes walks after something ends, when the rooms of the house grow too familiar and the body needs somewhere else to put itself for a while. The relationship had come to its quiet end a few weeks before, without a dramatic scene, without raised voices, the way water finds its own level. And he had let it, and now he was carrying the particular weight that follows a gentle ending, which is not grief exactly, but is something in its general neighborhood. He came to this shrine sometimes on ordinary days, when nothing in particular was happening, and he simply wanted to stand somewhere that had been standing longer than he had. But this morning he came with something specific held somewhere in the direction of his chest, something he could not quite name, but could certainly feel. The path was lined with cedar trees whose roots had lifted the stepping stones in small, uneven places, so Hiro walked with a watchful attention, looking down at the ground beneath his feet, which was itself a kind of practice, a form of moving meditation he had arrived at without quite meaning to. The air smelled the way shrine air does in late autumn, cedar resin, cold stone, a faint sweetness from some direction he could never quite locate, the specific smell of a place that has been holding itself in stillness for a very long time. He reached the purification basin and let the cold water run over his hands, and stood for a moment feeling the cold work its way into his attention and settle it, clearing away the small noise of the morning and leaving something quieter behind, the way cold things do when you let them. Then he walked on toward the main hall, and as he drew closer he reached for the bell rope, that thick braided cord that hangs before every shrine bell, meant to be shaken to wake whatever attention might be quietly resting on the other side of things. And then his hand stopped, because something in the way the cord moved made him look more carefully, and he found that a small snake had wound itself around the rope, just above the place where his fingers had nearly settled. It was a slender thing, perhaps the length of his forearm, with scales the color of weathered stone, and it did not startle when he looked at it, did not hurry to unwrap itself and leave the way a startled creature does. It simply rested there, coiled with an easy looseness, as if it had been there for some time and had no particular plans. Hiro stood very still, one hand still raised toward the cord, and the snake remained exactly where it was, and the two of them existed in the same quiet courtyard for a long moment without either of them making any move at all. He knew, in some general way, that snakes near shrines carry meaning in older ways of understanding the world, that they are associated with certain presences regarded not as omens of danger, but as signs of something more elusive, something closer to divine attention made briefly visible, a reminder that a sacred place is, in some sense, always occupied. He did not know exactly what he believed about such things, and he would not have claimed to be someone who went looking for signs. But he stepped back from the rope and waited, and after a long and utterly unhurried minute, the snake unwound itself with the quiet patience of something that is all the time it will ever need, and slipped into the shadow at the base of the shrine wall. Then it was gone, and the rope hung still, and the courtyard was as it had been, except that it felt, in some way that resisted easy description, slightly more inhabited than before, as if something had acknowledged the visit and returned to wherever it had been. Hiro stepped forward and reached for the rope again and shook it, and the bell above made its low round sound, rolling out through the cold cedar air with a gentleness that matched the morning, fading slowly, becoming nothing, becoming the silence again. He pressed his hands together and stood with his eyes closed, and he did not ask for anything in particular. There are prayers that are not requests, that are only a kind of offering of presence, of standing in a place long enough to say quietly that you have come, and here is everything you are carrying, and here you are. The wind moved through the cedar trees above him while he stood with his eyes closed, and the sound it made in the branches was like the slow turning of water, like something large breathing gently, and then it passed, and everything settled back into the particular quiet that belongs to that courtyard and nowhere else. He stood there for a while longer, aware of the cold on his face and the slight creak of the wooden boards underfoot when he shifted his weight, aware of the incense in its stone holder off to one side, trailing its thin thread of smoke into the gray morning air. And as he stood there, he found himself thinking of something that had happened earlier that same autumn, at a different shrine, a longer journey, a day when he had been carrying not heartbreak, but a different kind of weight, the specific dread of an obligation he had not been able to find a way out of. He had gone to the Chichibu shrine with the person he was still with at that time, and they had parked near the road and walked without umbrellas because the morning had seemed merely overcast and not threatening, and they had moved through the cedar approach the way two people do when they are still, for now, moving together. The visit had been easy enough. Incense lit, bell rung, hands pressed, the quiet conversation with whatever listens in such places, and then they had turned to go, and that was when the rain had started. It began at the edges of things, the way rain begins when it means to stay, a few drops, then a steadiness, then the particular sound on stone paths that makes clear this is not a passing thing, that it has decided, that it has committed itself to the afternoon and quite possibly the evening as well. They had waited under the shrine's long overhang while the time narrowed, and somewhere in that narrowing the dreaded obligation had simply been called off. The other party could not reach the meeting in the rain, and so the meeting dissolved without drama, the way things dissolve when the conditions for them no longer hold. Hiro remembered looking up at the rain coming off the overhang with a feeling that was not quite gratitude and not quite relief, but occupied the space where those two things overlap. Something warm and slightly stunned, the feeling of a weight being quietly lifted away. He had thought, walking home that evening in the tail end of the rain, that perhaps the world has its own sense of timing, that things fall away when they need to, that the rain is not always an inconvenience, but sometimes precisely and without apology, the point. He let that memory settle now alongside the memory of the snake, and the two things sat together comfortably in his chest, like pieces of something that did not yet have a name, but was taking on a recognizable shape. He opened his eyes, and the quality of the light had shifted slightly. The clouds had thinned somewhere above, and a faint winter light was coming through the cedars, catching the gravel in a way that made it look, just for a moment, as if it were lit from somewhere below. And then, drifting in from somewhere beyond the Torii gate, from the direction of the ordinary street with its bicycles and its elderly dog walkers and its sweeping of shop fronts, there came a butterfly. It was a single one, frayed gently at the wing edges the way late autumn butterflies are when they have been in the world for their full season and are somehow still here, and it moved into the courtyard without urgency, following whatever current only it could perceive. Hiro watched it without moving, standing very still in the instinctive way one stands when a delicate thing is nearby, and one does not want to be the reason it leaves, and the butterfly circled once above the offering box, and then circled lower, slowly, around the front of the main hall. It made 3 or 4 of these slow circuits, lazy and unhurried, moving the way a butterfly moves when there is no particular destination and the air is simply pleasant enough to drift through. And Hiro stood and watched each one of them with a patience he had not known he possessed that morning. He had read or been told that butterflies near shrines carry older meanings, that they are sometimes understood as the temporary forms of those who have passed, or as the visible shapes of something in transition. The word for butterfly in Japanese carrying within its associations the idea of transformation, of something crossing from one state into another. Whether this butterfly was one of those, or simply a butterfly making the most of the last warm pockets of an autumn morning, he could not say, and he found he was quite comfortable not saying. Some things are held better lightly than pinned flat and explained. The butterfly completed its last circuit of the altar and lifted, without announcement, above the roofline of the main hall and was gone. And the courtyard felt afterward the way a room feels when someone has quietly left it, which is to say, calmer, more itself, the air slightly more settled. Hiro stood in the quiet that remained, in the cedar light and the faint incense smell and the soft sound of water still running in the purification basin, and he was aware that something had been accumulating that morning. The snake, the memory of the rain, and now the butterfly. Something that felt like a sequence, like a sentence being spoken slowly by something that had no need to hurry. He was not a person who went looking for signs, or so he had always told himself. But standing in that courtyard with the cold on his face and the fortune frame a few steps to his left, he felt the accumulated weight of the morning pressing gently, but unmistakably in a direction. He walked to the small wooden frame beside the side path where the omikuji rolls were kept. Those narrow paper fortunes, each one rolled and waiting in its slot, each one promising to say something about the shape of what is coming. He offered his coin into the slot and reached into the frame and drew out one of the rolls, and held it for a moment before opening it, turning it slowly in his fingers, feeling its slight weight, aware that he was placing more significance on this than he usually would, and finding that he did not particularly mind. He unrolled it slowly, standing in the pale winter light under the cedar trees, and the word at the very top of the paper was Daikichi, which is the name given to the highest fortune on the traditional scale, the one that means, in the formal and slightly old-fashioned language of such papers, that the road ahead is open and running in a good direction. He stood and read it carefully, the way one reads something one wants to take fully in. The fortune spoke of patience rewarded, of relationships that had caused sorrow gradually releasing their hold, of opportunities presenting themselves to someone who is ready to move toward them rather than standing still. The language was simple, because such things are always simple, because the truths they describe are simple even when the living of them has not been. And the message was only, in the end, that things were going to be all right, that the general direction of what was coming was good. Hiro felt, reading it in the cold courtyard with the cedar trees around him and the bell's resonance still existing somewhere in a frequency below hearing, the particular relief of someone who has been holding something carefully for a long time and has been given, finally, something very like permission to set it down. He knew, in the practical way one knows practical things, that a piece of paper had not fixed anything. The ending was still an ending, the quiet grief was still there, but something in the accumulation of the morning had softened the way he was holding what he held, had loosened the grip, had let some of the weight shift to somewhere more manageable. He folded the paper and put it in the inside pocket of his jacket, against his chest, deciding he would keep it a few more days rather than tying it to a branch near the gate the way people sometimes do to release a fortune back into the keeping of the shrine. He wanted it with him a little longer, he thought, not because he could not let go, but because the morning had earned it, and the paper was a way of carrying the morning home with him until it had fully settled. He turned and walked back along the gravel path toward the gate, the stones making their quiet, familiar rhythm beneath his feet, passing the stone lanterns with their coats of moss, passing the purification basin still running its cold thread of water, passing the place on the rope where the snake had rested. The cedar trees stood on either side of the path, patient and tall, their bark dark with old rain, and their roots lifting the stepping stones in their small, unhurried rebellions, and the pale winter light came through them at a low angle. The kind of light that does not warm you, but is beautiful in its own particular and slightly melancholy way. He passed under the Torii gate and back out onto the ordinary street, where a bicycle leaned against a pole and a man was sweeping the front of his shop, and the sound of a distant train was arriving through the cold morning air, and everything was exactly as it had been when he had first arrived. But Hiro was not quite the same, not dramatically changed, nothing so large as that. Only the subtle difference that comes from having sat quietly with something long enough to see it from a slight distance, which is sometimes all a person needs. The heartbreak was still there, as he had known it would be, because such things do not lift in a single morning, but it had moved in the way that heavy furniture moves when you finally decide to rearrange a room to a different place in his interior, somewhere further from the center, somewhere less in the way. He found himself thinking, as he walked through the autumn streets with his hands in his pockets and the paper fortune pressed against his chest, that the entire morning had felt like accompaniment, like the shrine had been there alongside him, not solving anything, not changing anything, but present and attending, the way a very patient and very old friend attends when what is needed is not advice, but simply the fact of company. He had walked in alone, and he was walking out alone, but the quality of the aloneness had changed, the way the silence of a room changes after music is played in it, carrying something it did not carry before, softer now, and less empty and faintly resonant. The snake, the rain that had canceled the dreaded meeting, the butterfly that had circled the altar, the paper that said the road was open. He did not know exactly what to make of any of these things, and he was becoming comfortable with that not knowing, which is perhaps a kind of wisdom that arrives only when you stop demanding that everything explain itself. He stopped at a corner and looked back, and from there he could just see the top of the Torii gate above the roof line of the houses, the red cross piece against the pale sky, small and still and bright. The fortune in his pocket said the road was open, and he chose to believe that, not because a piece of paper had told him so, but because the morning had been one of those mornings that leaves a person feeling, without any drama or insistence, that this is probably true. He turned and walked on, and the pale autumn light kept its gentle low angle through the streets, and the cedar smell faded slowly as he moved away from the shrine, and the morning continued around him the way mornings do, ordinary and continuous, and full of its own small, unhurried business. And the paper fortune stayed folded inside his jacket for several days after that, a small, neat rectangle of reassurance that he carried with him until the feeling it carried had settled far enough inside him that he no longer needed the paper to remind him of it. When he finally tied it to a branch near the gate on his next visit, he did so without ceremony, the way you release something that has already, by that point, released you. And that is where the story rests for tonight. In a late autumn courtyard with cedar trees and cold gravel, in a moment after a butterfly has lifted above a roof line and disappeared, in the small folded paper pressed against a chest, in the quiet relief of someone who has looked at the direction of things and found it, softly and without fanfare, good. Not a grand resolution, because such things rarely are, but a settling, a gentle and continuous exhale, the kind of ending that is really only the beginning of the next ordinary thing, approached with slightly lighter hands. Hiro walked home through the autumn streets with the fortune in his pocket and his heart, for the first time in several weeks, carrying a little less of its own weight. And somewhere behind him the shrine stood as it had always stood, holding the stillness of its cedar courtyard in the patient way that certain places hold things, without needing to be thanked for it. And somewhere in the snake that rested on the rope, and the rain that fell and dissolved what needed dissolving, and the butterfly that circled the altar before lifting away into the air, somewhere in all of that, quietly and without drama, he found he could rest. And so we have come to the end of tonight's stories. The last voice has faded. The last door has quietly closed.